Hi, welcome to our February 19th, 2021 Club Cubase live stream. I'm going to do a quick audio test and we'll make sure everything is kind of functioning as expected here. Bear with me just for a moment. Hi, welcome to our... Okay, so the audio seems to be working kind of as expected. So my name is Greg Undo. I'll be the host for the live stream today. I'm based out of, I work for Yamaha Corporation of America as a Steinberg product specialist based in the United States. I'm in Alexandria, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. area. If you have not attended a Club Cubase live stream before, how it works is you could enter questions in on the actual chat field, or you could send questions in advance to clubcubase at steinberg.de. And at that point, we will be able to kind of go through the questions. We'll go through the questions in chronological order. So if you ask your questions, if you get it in early, we'll try to go in that order. The ability for me to answer questions will be far slower than the ability for people to ask questions. So I may be behind. So if I'm behind and you have a question and you don't necessarily want to, and you feel like it's not getting answered, we may just have to take time to get to the actual question. So I'll apologize in advance for that. But if we could try to refrain from asking the same question over and over again, that would be helpful. So if we want to, for those people that are watching the Hangout live, you could go ahead, please feel free to introduce yourself. I see that we have some people that are on the Hangout for the very first time. So if you want to tell us who you are, where you're from, well, that's always just interesting to see who's on the Hangout. So we have people from different parts of the world. So another little housekeeping message. So we have people in my household are home while I'm doing this, so I may get interrupted by my son when he's kind of doing his virtual schooling at home. Or you may hear my wife above me who's working directly above me in my house. So I'll apologize for any interruptions. We'll try to keep those to a minimal. And as we work with that, so, if we could just try to be patient with that. So, occasionally the chat field will get so busy that I will not have my chat field may become overpopulated and I may lose a couple of questions. So I will try to, I'll apologize in advance if that happens, but let's go ahead and take a quick look at see who's on. And if you're watching this in the replay, you may want to just skip ahead a couple minutes, but let's see who's on. All right, so we have one other quick housekeeping message. So we started doing like a little Zoom hangout after the we did it before Christmas just so we could kind of meet each other, and then a lot of people like that, so we're doing it the last hangout of the month, and that will be for next Friday on February 26th, 1 week from today. So maybe we'll do a 2-hour hangout, and then we could do a 2-hour Zoom session where we could actually meet people. So if you wanted to get a Zoom link for that, I don't want to necessarily, make it too public, but if you want to send an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, I could send you the meeting details, and I'll post it during the hangout in the chat field next Friday. But I think people have done it. It's been really nice to actually meet other people and kind of, and other people could talk beside me. All right, so let's take a quick look, see who's on the Hangout. All right, so we have Darko Oberton from Slovenia. We have Bruno, who's able to catch it live for the first time. We have Bob Houston, Tim Weinheimer from Mission Viejo. All right, so we have Brianna from Youngstown. Okay, so we have Jeff Zabelski from Chico, California. We have Jay from Connecticut. Ted Springman, from Sherman Oaks. Good to see you, Ted. All right, so we have Millard Brown from Pennsylvania, outside Philadelphia area. We have Jay from Connecticut. All right, so we have Alexander Plasko from Connecticut as well. All right, so we have Uno from Finland. All right, so we have Soren from Sweden, Stefan from Sweden. All right, so we see lots of snow for people. John Costigan in Kenosha with 16 inches of snow. We've had lots of great weather. Seems like it's been going on a lot of places in the world. All right, so we have Walter Blackledge from St. Louis. Good to see you. Robbie Bowling is back after not having electricity for 3 days. Okay. All right. So we have Joe from Rochester. Good to see you on the Hangout. Mark Rabin from Montana. All right. So Matt from London. All right. We have Jake from London. Kai from Florida. Glenn from Suffolk, a fellow Virginian. All right. Do we have George out of San Antonio? Rich also from St. Louis. All right. We have Monterrey, Mexico. Jose, good to have you on a Hangout. Simon from Germany. Ivan from Malta. Argentina. This is Argentinian, but in Spain. We have Hernan. All right. So we'll go ahead and let's go ahead and get started. Okay. Okay, so we have a question from Bob in Central Illinois, where it's cooler in Central Illinois than Alaska. So it's always interesting times of years. All right, so this is Greg. I have a question. I have 3 vocal tracks. I'm trying to automate muting on and off. I have read and write enabled. Start with mute on, then mute off. It won't allow me to mute again. Can't turn on again. So let's go ahead and... Okay, I just saw a quick email pop in. Let me just check this quickly. Just make sure it's kind of with the Hangout from Captenergy Music. Let me just see if it's a question that we could incorporate. Okay, so he just was wanting the Zoom invite, so I'll send that after the Hangout. All right. And someone's trying to sell me a car warranty, I think. All right, so I have 3 vocal tracks. I'm trying to automate muting on and off. I have read and write enabled. Start with mute on, then mute off. It won't allow me to mute again. Can't turn on again. So let's go ahead and take a look. I think I have... Let me just do a little housekeeping on my part here. Okay, so let's look at a folder track where we have some vocals. Okay, so when we just kind of start here, so let's say if I wanted to automate vocals. Don't it make you feel good? All right, and I just wanted to do mute automation. So I see that it's starting with the mute on and off. So you may have to actually automate the mute turning on. So let's go ahead and just automate this particular track here. So I'll automate. So I have read and write enabled. And let's say if I start with my mute, and it could be, so if I start with mute on, and so you may actually need to actually, once you have the automation enabled, is just to automate the mute turning on. So let's say I'll have this, and we'll have our vocals come in. Don't it make you feel good? Feel good. And I'll just automate this one particular track. Don't it make you feel good? So I could see the... Give you their heart. I'll do one more little phrase. Somebody just the way you are. So now that I come here, let's go ahead and rewind. We'll see if the mute kind of kicks in, out. Don't it make you feel? I'll go ahead and just sell this track. So we can see where the mute is on. Then mute will go off here, a little bit of bleed, mute, And then we'll have just a bit of noise floor. Then I'll have a bunch of mutes coming up in the middle of phrases. So that seems like it's working, but you may have to actually automate the mute going in or turning on, and then capture that as an automation as opposed to having the mute on and then automating. So give that a try, Bob, and let us know how it works out. Okay, question from Tim from Mission Viejo. And Tim's been on both of our Zoom Hangouts, our post live stream Hangouts. So hi, Greg, can you go over setting up marker track with cycle markers feature as well as the zoom feature? So if I have a particular part that I wanted to set up cycle markers on, let's say on different events here, so I'll just make a copy. So what I could do is just hit the letter. First off, I'll just come over here and I'm going to add a marker track. So we'll do that first. And I'm just going to click right here, say let's add marker track. And what I'm going to do is just click on P, and that will set the left and right locators around a particular event or part. And I could do this with the range selection tool if I wanted to. So if I just wanted on a particular area to set cycle markers or around a particular event. And then you will see that you could just click on this little icon here, and that will add a cycle marker. When I wanted to add a cycle marker to this event, and the cycle markers are going to be based around the left and right locators. So again, I could hit P, click on add cycle marker. I could hit my arrow to go to the next event, hit P, and then just add a cycle marker again. So say if I'm have my marker track open, and now these cycle markers are going to be added. Now there's also keyboard shortcuts that you could do to trigger this. So if you wanted to go to edit menu to key commands, we could come right here and go to cycle markers. I think that if we just go to marker, that you could see, and you could even have an insert and name cycle marker, which will allow you to insert the cycle marker, and a dialog box will come up that will allow you to name the particular marker. So, and if I wanted to zoom like to a specific marker, you could just hit Shift. I think if you just hit Shift F, that will allow you to kind of zoom the whole project full. But if I just wanted to zoom to the selection, I think it's Shift S. Maybe get my modifiers right. So if you wanted to do just kind of Alt S, that will allow you to kind of zoom directly around that particular event. So if I just come right here and just say Alt or Option S, we could zoom in to that particular event fully. So, and if you wanted to go back to your previous zoom state, if you have the zoom tool, you could just double click. You could also just come here and zoom in particular regions using the zoom tool. And if you hold down the control key, you could zoom vertically and horizontally simultaneously. So let me know if that answered your question, Tim. Okay. Okay, so we see from the last Hangout that Brianna managed to get rid of the track, a Groove Agent track, by deleting the actual plugin from the VST instrument list here. So once you go to your VSTi, so thanks for letting us know. Hi, Greg J. from Connecticut. By any chance, are Yamaha, Steinberg, or other affiliates which you represent working on any modeled instruments versus sampled? So Yamaha has done a lot of modeling technology. So if you go back probably to 94, 90, maybe 93, 94, going back to like the VL1. So Yamaha is really kind of the first company that has done physical modeling. Most of the Steinberg instruments are either synthesis based or sample based, but Yamaha has kind of a history and kind of doing a lot of modeling. Some of the plugins that we have, there's an engineer named Dr. K at Yamaha in Japan in Hamamatsu. And he developed technology called virtual circuit modeling, or VCM. And that's the technology that we have in some of the Yamaha vintage plugins, or in the Rupert Neve designed Portico EQ and compressor plugins. So those particular plugins utilize of modeling for that. So the as far as instruments, I don't know any of the current Yamaha instruments that use virtual modeling, but the Portico series plugins do. So they have their advantages in certain circumstances, and sometimes they're the modeling on some plugins isn't quite as robust from other companies that I've found. Okay. All right, so good to see sub 403 in a Hangout. Okay. Okay, hi Greg. Please review note expression. I have been trying to use pitch bend on individual notes. I tried this on a Retrolog MPE patch, but all the notes bent anyway. What am I missing? All right, so let's come over here and I'll just open up a Retrolog patch. So it doesn't have to be MPE to do this. Any VST 3.5 instruments such as Hallian, Retrolog, or Pad Shop, for instance, will allow for this capability. But let's go ahead and I'll just find a pad sound in Retrolog here quickly. And I'll go ahead and make sure that track isn't muted. All right, let me do something that doesn't quite change. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and I'll just record something incredibly rudimentary. All right. Okay, so I will come and let's just record directly into this part. I'll just do. Okay, so let's say I just have something like that and I wanted to do some different style of editing. So when we see the MPE presets, those are often kind of more determined for the actual controller. So, and a lot of times people make the mistake of just drawing in pitch bend like so. So let's say I wanted to come here, I'm going to snap my pitch bend and I wanted this to, pitch bend up like from this point, directly into that particular event. And this would do. That would kind of do all of the notes, together. And that's how MIDI has worked forever and ever until MIDI 2.0. There's not a lot of devices that support that, but Steinberg was kind of a precursor to this. So you may have to actually just come here and double click. You may see this little option here for double click opens note expression editor. And if you have version 11, the default behavior changed where we could double click a note to erase it. But if this is active, we could double click a note and just draw in individual control for our different note expression parameters. So if I wanted to come here to just draw in tuning on this one particular note, I could just say, okay, let's just grab the note in the middle of the chord. And as we do this, so if I wanted to just come here, let's say to like when I throw the low note in, I could just kind of grab this and we could kind of see there's scale here. So let's say I just wanted that to go up. And if you wanted to see these note expression events on the actual parts, you could just click on this little icon. So now we could have that pitch bend on this particular note, just in the middle note without affecting the others. We have this chord. And let me just go ahead and mute the other part. Sorry about that. It's annoying. All right, so sorry, the automation's still going on. So, all right, so we go back to this. So as we now have, you know, this note will go down. The bass note will just kind of go directly up as well. And then if you wanted this to go down again, you could just say, okay, I want this to, you know, just go down. And so with an MPE controller, you could use the different controllers without actually, you know, so, you know, if you have like, you know, probably the most common one when people think of like an MPE controller is going to be the rolly. And that way you could do the different gestures on the rolly, but using kind of a standard pitch bend wheel will allow you to do this, but you will allow it to be global for all the notes per the MIDI specification. And if you have a controller, and they're pretty rare, that will do polyphonic aftertouch, you could just simply adjust the polyphonic aftertouch for the different parameters. But any of the Hallian instruments will allow you to do that. And so even if you wanted to select volume, you know, I could take this particular note and have this note just kind of fade in, you know, that one note within a chord. So, you know, we could do stuff like that as well pretty easily. So that should give you an idea of how to do some of the note expression, Millard. So let me know if you have more more questions on that. Sorry, I just got an email from a friend. All right, so okay, so we're all glad that Robbie Bung has power back in his home outside of Dallas. All right, good to see Jan from Stockholm. And Jan is the creator, if you haven't done this, of the CubaseIndex.com. So if you want to know, if you have a question and you want to know if it's been covered or shown in a Hangout, you could go to CubaseIndex.com. So. All right, so we see Scott from Racine. We have Agent K, who's always kind enough to do moderation for us. Okay, just... Okay, so just see this question from George. I've learned to make an individual file so I don't lose my data, but I'm having a problem getting out my old data out of Resolve, missing files and back into the tracks of my song. I'm just trying to see if this is maybe from a previous question. Okay, so if you have okay, so all right, so it says, I've learned to make an individual file so I don't lose my data, but I'm having a problem getting out my old data out of Resolve, missing files back into the tracks of my song. So if you're just getting the missing files message after maybe rendering a file, George, and you want the message to go away, so if that's what you want to do in your particular situation, you could go to the media and just go to remove unused media. But maybe if you could give a little more context for your question, that would be helpful to me. Sorry if I'm being dense and not getting it. Okay. All right, so we have Michael from Atlanta, Georgia. All right. All right, so we have Alan from East Coast of Canada, Simon from Germany. All right. Sorry, my timeline just jumped on me, but I think we're okay. All right, good to see Oren Bynum on a question from Maryland. All right, so a quick question. I purchased an SSL bus compressor and channel strip plugin. The bus compressor is blacklisted as an invalid plugin. It blacklisted it 2 times, so I assume it's one is 32 and 64. Any advice? So a lot of times, if the plugin has been blacklisted, I have some SSL plugins on my studio computer where one series just causes every program I have, even outside of Cubase and other Steinberg programs crash, and one version works kind of as expected. If you want to try to unblacklist it, I would try, first thing is go to your VST plugin manager, and you could go to the block list. And then at this point, you could probably just choose a particular plugin and choose to reactivate it, but realize that it is being blocked and add it to the block list because it is, it has, it can cause a lot of system instabilities. So you could check to see here, and also look, if you have a VST2 and a VST3 version. So you might have a 32-bit VST2, a 32-bit VST3, a 64-bit VST2, a 64-bit VST3. Go for the 64-bit VST3 version, and you can kind of see all that information directly here in the VST plugin manager. So. Okay, so question, how to copy current color to an other track. So I'm not, you could just kind of, if you're adding tracks, so let's say if I add an audio track here, and let's say I have that color, there is a preference, like before the track has been added. So if you wanted to come here, we go to preferences, and under track, under user interface, you can go to track and mix console channel colors. And then there's an auto track channel color mode. So here we could just say use the previous track color. And then as I add tracks, it'll all be to the same colors as the previous one. You could also come over here and, if you know what the color is of this particular vent, let's say if, this is, if this track, we have colorized it as being this color, I could just simply take these particular tracks, and when using the color tool, just kind of apply the same colors to multiple tracks simultaneously. But I don't know of a way to say, you know, take color 16 and then map color 16 to all the tracks. But hopefully those are a couple of little tricks that you can do to kind of get all of your tracks kind of the same color. So again, that preference, if you want to go to your preferences and under user interface, go to track and mix console channel colors. And here I usually have this set to use previous track color plus 1, just kind of keep everything colorful. So. Okay. So this is a follow-up question to a question that, or follow-up to a question we had in the last Hangout about, you know, how to delete MIDI notes where there are a few notes that are kind of out of the boundary of a particular event. So let's say here I will take, I'm going to look at a number of different tracks here. So I will, let's go ahead, I'll select these and let's look at them in my MIDI editor. So I have just a whole, you know, just a number of different MIDI parts here. And what happens sometimes is if we change the length of particular parts, these parts still have those notes in it, so that you could, if you changed your mind, you could go back and, you know, those parts would automatically appear. But when a part is kind of out of the particular boundary, you'll see that, you know, where these are outside of the part on the project window, that these will turn white. So the question was, you know, how to get rid of these. So I kind of I created a macro to do this, but I also utilized a logical editor preset. So I made a logical editor preset. And I think it might be for selecting notes in the range. So I will go ahead and select this, and let me just open up the logical editor. Okay, so I just made a preset and select notes in range. So what I did is I just told this function to select and then any notes where the position is inside the cycle. So I'm going to set kind of a cycle marker based on the length of the part. So if your parts are different lengths, you may have to do them individually, but it's easy enough to do. But if they're all the same length, like in this scenario, so what I'm going to do now is to trigger this particular macro, and I created the macro here where we could say I'm going to so delete notes outside of event. So what I'm going to do is to put a cycle marker around the event, and I'm going to process the logical editor preset. So basically it's going to do that function again, and I'll pull that up. And then I'm going to invert the selection and then delete. So once I've run this macro, so we have these events. So the idea is to get rid of the events that are outside of the part. Ideally, to avoid this, to make it simpler, kind of cutting and deleting is good. But if you're in this scenario, we can do this. So let's go ahead and run the macro now. So I'm going to say delete MIDI notes outside of the event. And let me just have that just select these. And you want to make sure that you have the editor window is the active window. So that's a key for making this macro work. So as soon as I come here, just go to, let's see if I get it right this time. So if I have like these particular notes selected, and then this window, so I'll just make sure I tab to the editor window. And then you also probably want to make sure that if you have multiple parts that you have the edit active part only unchecked. So now when I run the macro, it will just get rid of everything that's outside of that particular range. So if you say, okay, and if I adjust the range again, I will just run that macro. And so again, delete MIDI notes outside of the range. And I had the whole thing selected, sorry. So, you know, when you have just that particular macro here, just, again, just boom, and that will delete the notes that are outside of that particular range. So for the logical editor preset, just come over here and you want to save this. So I just, function is select position inside the cycle. It doesn't really matter what the bar range is, but we're just going to set it within the cycle. And then value 1, you could choose to not set. Let's go back to what the macro looks like. So basically, we're going to, when we go to our key commands and we look at the macro, so we're going to set the left and right locators around that particular event, run that project logical editor. We're going to invert the selection and then choose to delete. So if I'm here, I move this. We can now, if we double click, we have all those white parts directly there. I will now just run the macro. And those events will be deleted. And if you're doing it for multiple parts, make sure that you have edit active part only. If you want to do that across multiple events, you could just do that very easily. Or if you wanted it to do for all events that are within the edit window. So give that a try, Jake, and let me know if that works for you. Okay, so a question, my MR816 CSX is FireWire 400, building a new computer. Is there a PCI adapter card or a USB adapter where I can still use my FireWire hardware? So there's a number of different FireWire PCI interfaces. You know, they're really inexpensive these days. A lot of times you get them for 15 or 20 bucks. You want to look for one that is like a Texas Instrument chipset. But yeah, so you just, they're readily available. You get them on Amazon quite easily. Okay. Okay, so we have a question from Michael. I have a Yamaha PSR E463. Can you show some piano effects today? Okay, so if you know, so probably the Yamaha PSR has its own effects, but if you've recorded the PSR piano as audio, let me just open up a quick project here. I'll just show a little bit of the grand, so it's just kind of a solo piano piece. So once you have kind of the piano sound, so you may have to adjust, you know, if you're playing the sound of the piano inside of your PSR, you know, you'd probably need to set it up as a, you know, if you recorded it as audio, you could come directly. And if I wanted to run this through like a little bit of reverb, So I will just and so I'll just get a reverb setup. So depending upon your material, so let's say maybe more of a classical type thing, and I wanted this to sound like it's in a a room, a particular room. I could go to like the Reverence plugin, and as I play, let's say I'll just do this maybe in like, let's just find maybe a chapel or something like that. So okay, so we'll just try like a little English chapel. So as we would play, we could just kind of add reverb to our source. And we just kind of we could blend the reverb in directly with the piano sound. So you could do that. And, if you have onboard reverb, I think that the PSR may be like an XG device. There's a good chance of that. So if we go to like your MIDI inserts here, if you wanted to control the reverb inside of the Yamaha PSR. So let's go to, I think if we go to MIDI control, so let's say if we go to the MIDI inserts and you choose track control, that here, and this isn't an XG device, but you could go to your XG device and here you could be able to adjust the reverb. So if it's an XG compatible device, and this would control the reverb that's going on inside of the Yamaha controller, if it's inside of the Yamaha PSR, if that is an actual XG device. So you could try that. So, generally, if you record the piano as audio, you could run it through a reverb like the Reverence or Revelation or even Roomworks. Or if you wanted to control the reverb inside of the PSR, you could go to the track control settings and go to the XG parameter here and be able to switch to different reverb types, as well as if you go to XG1, how much of the reverb is being applied to the source as well. So give that a try, Michael. So I see from Jeff Sabelski, by the way, love the MR816 CSX, so hope to use it after the PC rebuild. I still use I have two MR816 CSXs that I bought with, even though I probably could have gotten them free working for the company, but I never wanted to give them back. So I still use them on my Windows 10 machine currently. So, all right, good to see Michael Teams. And that we're glad to see that that he has power, water, and a new calf. So that's good to know. We're glad you're safe, Michael. All right. All right, so I'm also saying from Millard Brown, just bought the same package. I think this is with the SSL2 plugins. In the install, I deselected the Pro Tools and VST2 options. I only installed VST3 64-bit, no block listing. Do you have any instances that aren't blocked? So it seems like we're kind of on the same idea there. Thanks, Millard, for letting us know. Okay, so I just see from Angel Kano, hello Glenn, I just figured out that when you remove unused media from the audio pool, the audios are not removed, even if you use the empty trash option. How can I remove those files from there? So Cubase won't necessarily delete the audio files from your computer system. What you can do is, the intention is that from within Cubase, just from trying to be very vigilant of making sure that people don't accidentally throw files away, but Cubase will have the project not reference the particular audio file. So if you wanted to go into your Windows Explorer or Mac Finder and be able to just delete the files there. Okay, so question. When I try to use keyboard shortcuts, getting message on screen keyboard won't allow. So I'm not sure if it's this is from Alan. So getting message on screen keyboard won't allow. So I haven't seen Cubase generate a message like that. So I'm not sure maybe if it's something that's being sent from the operating system or maybe like a little utility for the particular keyboard. So Alan, if you could let us know what keyboard shortcuts that you're trying to use for the keyboard, that would be helpful, and maybe we could get it figured out. All right, we just see a comment from Robbie Bong that Rupert Neve passed away this week. Yeah, just that was really sad. I got to go to his office and work with him on the launch of some of the R&D when we did the Portico series plugins. Just a really very humble, generous man. So he'll be missed and left such a legacy for anyone doing audio, professional audio. So it's he's sad to know and of his passing, but we're happy that he was able to share all of the wonderful products and technologies that he developed. Okay, from Ali, question, is it possible to see the output value in Inspector Zone for instrument tracks, like audio and MIDI tracks? For instrument tracks, we need to press edit and change the output from there. So, when we see the output, that's generally where the MIDI information is being sent to. So let's say if we add a retrolog instance here, we see that, because this is primarily dealing with MIDI information and where that, where the information that's coming in, where that gets sent out to. So, but I think if you just click here on the edit channel strip, I don't think you could see it directly from here, but if you just click on the edit channel strip for the VST instrument, I know it's not directly in the inspector. There you could set the different group channels that you want to have configured there. So if you just wanted to do it there, so instead of just seeing it here, because the incoming information is not audio but is MIDI, so that MIDI is then being sent directly out to this particular device because that's the incoming MIDI data. But if you just click here, then you could route it to any audio source. So okay. Okay, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. Thanks for all your tips. How can I randomly change pitch? Solo violin players don't play in tune all the time live. I want to emulate that so it sounds natural. So, there's a lot of times when we have different algorithms for violin, what you want to do, if we change pitch, it may not, actually, it may just switch to a different note that's in tune. But if you want it to be kind of more realistic for different tuning scenarios, you could do slight pitch bending, but there's kind of other technologies that you could use as well. So if and one could be set up with like her mode tuning. So let's just take a listen to this, and I'll just change the instruments here quickly, so we get a sense. So, and what her mode tuning will allow you to do is to, let me just set this up so we can. Okay, so what her mode tuning will allow you to do is, and we could do this in the project setup page. So you could activate her mode tuning right here. So there's different her mode tuning scales. So a lot of times when people are trying to do like very realistic orchestral stuff, you always at, violinists, don't necessarily, strings and choral musicians don't necessarily work in equal temperament. So what we're able to do is to kind of take the different equal temperament scales, and we could adjust kind of the tuning accordingly. So in this case, I'll play kind of the first example, and then before I do that, each of the tracks we can now, when we go to the MIDI modifiers, that we could actually set these to apply tuning and use for analysis for the her mode tuning. So I'm going to play just, some block chords that are mapped out for, in this instance, winds, but it's applicable for violins as well, with equal temperament and with her mode tuning activated. So let's go ahead and listen to equal temperament. So we can hear that not all of the chords were, the same amount in tune. Now let's go ahead and listen to it with the her mode tracks in green here. So it sounds much more in tune. So now I could also come over here and just do, let's say, equal temperament and the her mode together. I'll just start off here. So we can hear the discrepancies in tuning. So instead of if there's different randomizing functions for pitch where it will take, an F note and turn it into an E or an A flat, but not necessarily for tuning. A lot of different sample libraries will kind of do that as well. But I would really kind of utilize like her mode tuning with like a VST 3.5 instrument, because you can get like very realistic results that way. One other thing that I've seen some people do for, with these particular instruments is also, if you wanted to do like period tuning, like for early classical music, if you go to the micro tuner, you could say, in this tuning, we wanted, the C sharps to be a little sharp. We wanted the E flats to be a little flat, and you could adjust kind of the tuning of each of the individual notes within the scale. So if there's particular, tuning scales that you want for, period music, you could set that up with a micro tuner plugin, but that won't be so random. That will, be kind of fixed. So those are a couple different options. Some people will go through and do slight, pitch bend messages and, just send a slightly different pitch bend message as well to achieve that. But a lot of times the sample libraries, the good ones will have kind of provisions for that. Okay. Okay, so question from the Tuba guy. Good to see you on Hangout. How to disable the automatic event start set when dragging an audio file. Okay, so let's say if I have an audio file here. All right, sorry about that. Okay, so let me just try another file. So when you say disable the automatic event start set, so let's say if I just kind of drag in a particular file here. So I'm not sure if it's the playhead that's jumping. Let me just see if I turn this on. Okay, so if what you mean is that when you drag an audio file in, that the playhead jumps to the beginning of the file, that's probably because the transport, if you go to the transport menu and say use video follows edit mode. So if you have that turned on as we drag events in, it will jump to the beginning of the event. Once that's disabled, you could drag the events and it will just automatically, the playhead position won't adjust, but once that's turned on, then the playhead goes to where the dragged audio file is. So so try going to your transport and just disable use video follows edit mode and see if that does the trick for you, Tuba guy. Okay, so we see from Jay, thanks for your unending patience, especially for noobs such as myself. I'm still learning both verbiage, and to be specific, that's stated by modeled instead of sampled. I'm seeking orchestral. So for orchestral stuff, I've seen like modeled pianos and, more kind of theoretical, like modeled. I think there's a modeled violin. But I think for kind of the best, most realistic performances for orchestral stuff, specifically, it's going to be sampled bass is kind of where you want to be. You may benefit from physical modeling for synthesizers, if you're trying to emulate, particular filters or oscillators from vintage keyboards, vintage synthesizers. But, the vast majority of, for doing orchestral stuff, it's much easier to model a circuit than to try to mimic a great violinist with a wonderful instrument and musical sensibility. So I think for orchestral stuff, it's going to be more sample based. I'm sure someone's working on it and it's only going to get better, but I think it's still going to still a long ways off. Okay. So I see a question from Millard Brown, kind of follow up to what we did before. So Greg, I see you're using tuning for the note expression demo. Tuning is preferred over pitch bend. Thanks. So the tuning on the pitch bend, because we think of pitch bend as being more set within a particular MIDI specification definition. So for changing the pitch of the event, you would go to the tuning. So that would be if you wanted to do it on, pitch bend on a particular individual note through note expression. So. All right, so Michael Teams is just thanking people for everyone kind of expressing concern because he just kind of went through, power outages, probably, inability to get water and really cold weather. So we're just glad that our Club Cubase attendees in Texas are well. So Michael and Robbie and several others have been in my thoughts this week. I've been in touch with my brother. He lost power in Houston for 22 hours or something like that. So, but he's okay. So we're glad you're well. Okay, so question. I have 10.5 Pro, and in my VariAudio, I seem to have somehow made the smart controls disappear. So when using the boxes on the individual notes, I can only use straight, quantize, and length. All right, so to get that back, let's jump back to another project here. Okay, so let's just find a quick vocal file. Okay, so when we're in VariAudio, there's two different edit modes. So there's kind of a default mode and for smart controls. So if I want it to just come here, we just... Okay, so by default, you have kind of smaller amounts of controls, but if you just go to the VariAudio tab here, and let's say VariAudio is activated, you'll see smart controls. Just switch it to show all smart controls. And then at that point, you'll see the additional controls for like volume, formants, as well as kind of setting different anchor points. But that's how you could go between the two different modes there between the smart controls. So you have kind of an abbreviated set of controls for quick editing. And then when you show all smart controls, you get more capabilities. So again, within the VariAudio editor, in the tab here, smart controls, just have it show all smart controls. And you'll get all those great features back. All right, question from David Rogers. Been using Cubase Pro for 3 years. Can you give us an overview of loop mash? It's one of the features I've never used. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at it. And okay, so I'll just add a quick instrument track. So loop mash is it's a really interesting instrument, and once you kind of get into it, it can be kind of highly addictive. So when we want it to come over here, and we could start off with loop mash, and we could think of this as it's going to have the ability to take and it comes with all sorts of great content. As we look at this, we could have, the intention is to take kind of different aspects of different loops that are different and kind of mash them together. And this could kind of work in two different ways. So where you could have not only an instrument that could be triggered in real time via MIDI, but you could also just have this be, set my controller up accordingly. So when we want to just, let's say we'll play, and let me just change my play position here so it's out of range of everything. Okay, so now as we want to kind of play... So what we could do is kind of choose one loop as kind of like the master loop. So if I wanted to, let's say, start with one particular loop, Then what we could do is kind of, as we load in different loops, we could have these different loops kind of, and they kind of use what they call perceptual indicators. And kind of the more, as I kind of slide over, you know, to the right, and we could increase the number of voices, we could use different elements, and these loops will kind of rhythmically work together. Now, if I wanted this percussion part to be the master, now I could drag over this loop, and this will change to the feel of the percussion. And we could set up different scenes, so we could have like 8 different. Now when I hit a different MIDI note, I could have completely different loops here. This will automatically sync. So I hit one MIDI note, and we see that this is going to basically be just like a MIDI keyboard here. So let's go ahead and I'll just try like. So now start this off, and so this will be kind of my master loop, and now I could bring in different elements. And then there's kind of your audio parameters, so how you wanted the slices to be quantized, your staccato amount, but also different performance controls. So I could come here. And let's say I'll just. So you could kind of set different rhythmic intervals, and if you wanted to do. So if you want to do like different chops. And you could just load in any audio file in as well. So let's say I wanted to come here to my loops. So at this point, I'll just go to. So I'll just drag this loop over. It does its analysis of it. And now I can make that loop the master. And you could have different amounts of elements kind of introduced. And be able to just kind of trigger these particular scenes of loops. Now, a lot of people wanted the ability to have the loop, like this performance aspect in its own plugin. So what you could do is, if you have a particular project, you could just, load it up as an insert effect. So if I wanted to come directly to my audio insert, so if I want to do all my chops and different elements like that, you'll see it under other, you'll see loop mash FX, and this will just be kind of the performance controls that you could control. And we set up a MIDI track, and we could have that MIDI track automatically output directly to the loop mash MIDI input track. So at that point, we could just play and do different performance controls. So once you kind of work with the different loops that you have and some of the different settings, there's a lot of great content that's just kind of done, directly inside of your loop mash. So let's go ahead and just listen to. And now I'll just come over here and of course it syncs to the tempo. And now we could change. And let's make this loop kind of the master timing. So you can see it's one of those things that once you kind of get into it, you can probably spend all weekend just kind of playing around with it and coming up with like really interesting different results for that. So. All right, so we're seeing praise for Jan for his Cubase index site. So much deserved. All right. Okay, sorry, my timeline jumped on me. Just gonna scroll back, make sure I didn't lose any. All right. Okay, so Michael Teams wants people to hit the like button. So if you haven't done that, if you've learned a new trick, make sure that you do that as well. All right, good to see Gareth on the Hangout. So I see a question from Stephen Bridges. Could you use the note expression dialog box to create a legato effect? So a lot of times, you know, it may not be as necessary because, you know, if you're inside of Cubase kind of as is, so the note expression is more for like individual parts. But let's say if I'm here within my MIDI editor, and let's just say I wanted to shorten all these notes a little bit. And if I wanted these notes to actually, I do this a lot with like sequenced bass parts where, you know, where maybe the note kind of drops out. So what you could do with like the legato function, there is a legato function already in Cubase. So let's just go ahead and just so let's say I wanted this note to hang on until the next note starts. So I could just take a particular phrase here and go to MIDI and go to functions and then just go to legato. And then that will automatically kind of hold that note out until the next note begins. And you could have different kind of settings for that in length as well. So if you wanted to set an overlap, or if you just wanted to scale your legato as well, just in length. So I wouldn't necessarily do that for using note expression. You know, that's going to be like, I tend to use it more for pitch bend and volume and maybe like, you know, filters on individual notes, and then just kind of use the length function for different legato functions like that. All right, great to see Cayega on the Hangout. Miss seeing you in New York and DC, Cayega. Hope you're doing well, you and your family. Okay, so we have a question from Brianna. So explain how to export mixer tracks from Groove Agent or Hallian. So let's do a new project here quickly. All right, hang on. Excuse me. My son is knocking on the door. I think he's on his last screen break for the day. Bear with me just for a moment. I'll say hi. Okay, so I'm back. My son just came down to give me a little hug, so that was nice. All right. Okay, so exporting mixer tracks from Groove Agent or Halion. So if you start off with just your instrument track here, so we'll just have this done. So let's say if I have just a quick, I'll just load up a quick kit. Okay, so let's say now I have, I'll show you a great trick in Halion. So let's say we're playing along. Just load up the kit, the patterns as well. Okay, so I'm playing along here. And let's say if I've done all sorts of mixing, and let's say when I go to my mix console, like I wanted my snare to go out of its, like my kick to go out of its own output, the snare to go out of its output, and let's say my hi-hat. So these are all kind of going to different outputs. Okay, so if I wanted to, there's one really clever way. If I wanted to, I'll show this, and this may not be what your question is about, but if I have kind of all of my effects and everything set up, so let's say I'm playing and I go to my snare and I want it more reverb, and I wanted to adjust, like, and because there's lots of different effects that are going on directly inside a Groove Agent. But one of the things that you could do is if I have all of my mixer settings set up here inside a Groove Agent, and this isn't in Halion, but within Groove Agent, you could right click and you could say export mixer and effects to Cubase, and that will automatically take all of the mixer settings from Groove Agent and map it out directly in Cubase. So if you're starting off with kind of a full, like multiple outputs inside of Cubase, you can now click on the little instrument icon, and then all of your outputs will be available here. And we could now just choose to select all of these tracks. And, if you wanted to export the selected tracks, with all the different settings, you could do that as well. And you could do that for Halion or Groove Agent. So all the different mixer channels themselves, you can now come over here, export the selected tracks, and then it's kind of odd terminology. So you export the selected tracks and you import them as a track archive. So give that a try, Brianna. Let us know how it works. All right, so we see from Evanton Randolph, great hangout, all-knowing Greg. I wish I knew more. So there's a lot of people who know Cubase really well in these hangouts as well. So does Cubase 11 have a way to accomplish the same or similar results as Melodyne within Cubase itself? So it sure does. And it's just kind of built right in. So let's say if I just want to jump to this project. So we were kind of showing a little bit earlier about like maybe the second or third question. So if I wanted to just, come directly here, I could double click on an audio file. So this comes in Artist and Pro. And what this will allow you to do is you can go to your VariAudio tab, and I'll just make this full screen. And at this point, I could just come right over here. Let's just do some tuning. And I probably have this track muted. So let me just. All All right, so now I could solo in the editor. So as soon as I want to do all of my tuning, if I want to do kind of my graphic tuning, I could come here. So let's say I wanted to take all of these voices and okay, now, I could choose to quantize the pitch and we could adjust the pitch. So if I wanted to. All right, let me just turn off the loop mash. Sorry about that. So now if I wanted to just, come over here and say, okay, these notes where, maybe had drifted flat and I wanted those, I could just join those particular notes together. If I wanted to just take, straighten the pitch, or I could choose to just straighten a pitch just from this amount. So if I wanted to come here and let's just have that pitch and let's adjust kind of our range for the straighten pitch. So you could do a lot of this graphic vocal editing, or you could say, okay, I just wanted to straighten the pitch or come and quantize the pitch so that it's more in the center, or if I wanted to just move the notes of the pitch. So a lot of this functionality of kind of graphic editing of kind of like, almost treating your vocal intonation like MIDI data, you could do directly inside of VariAudio. And it used to only be in Cubase Pro, but with version 11 came in Cubase Artist as well. Okay, you're also seeing the tuba guy helping Jeff Zabelski, saying, about a PCI audio interface for your firewire, or a PCI firewire card. So, okay. So, question from Millard Brown. Hi, Greg. Regarding block list, what is the difference between not supported and not a valid plugin? I would suspect that they were valid at some point in their lives. So sometimes, sometimes people, what I'm seeing, like not a valid plugin, because a lot of times on Windows, it could be just a DLL file as a plugin. So some people will put a DLL file, like a driver file for a mouse or, any piece of hardware, into their VST plugins folder. And then you often will get that message. So if it's not a VST plugin, but sometimes will be in the VST plugin folder, so that could cause the not a valid plugin message. I've seen some people who, put like their Windows system folder as a VST plugin folder, and they get a lot of messages like that. So, okay, so we have a question from Black Fractal. Hi, Greg. A word about pan law. What is the exact purpose of it, and at what setting to keep it? So there's really no real purpose, but there's no real set value to keep it, but I'll just do something that's maybe a little annoying sounding, but to prove the point, let's just do like a new project here, and I'm going to just create an audio track. And we'll make it a stereo track. So let's go to the mix console, and on my stereo in, I'm going to we'll just do like a test tone here. So I'm going to turn my control room volume down as to not annoy everyone. Okay, so I'm going to come here and we'll just put like a test tone generator on and record it. Okay, so let's say at this point, Okay, so now when I play this back, let's make sure I don't. Okay, so we have kind of steady files. So the concept is that, you know, depending on your pan law, which you can set in your project setup, and a lot of people use this to get kind of wider sounding mixes. You know, you could have it set to equal power, some people set. So as we come over here and adjust my panning, that, you know, we can, you know, let's say on our track here, we'll adjust panning, that we could just kind of see. And let me just set this, my meter position. Okay, so we'll just set this kind of post panner. So depending on, like, if we combine, you know, if we double the sound between, you know, like if we have two tracks and we double the sound, at that point, the pan law will be set to, you know, it adds 3 dB when you double the sound. So if we have a stereo source and we do panning, that, you know, if that track was set to only pan, you know, in one channel, we would see kind of the pan be 3 dB less on the audio channel, depending on the panning source. So, and then when we combine those pannings, that would automatically make the pan law, you know, be 0 dB, because as you combine the two sources, it's going to take, you know, what was minus 3 dB. When you double it by adding the left and right channels together, that's when you see kind of, you know, a 3 dB difference. So a lot of people use minus 3 dB. And some people will use minus 6 dB. And what this is going to allow you to do is to kind of just have kind of a wider sound spectrum. So a lot of people in the early days, when this could be changed, we had a lot of engineers in Cubase and Nuendo, and that was kind of their secret weapon, is they could manipulate the pan law to make their mixes sound wider. So that's kind of the intention of the pan law, is how, you know, when you combine two sources of a file, you know, the left and right channels, you know, how it's actually going to, if it's going to double in volume when you have two sources that are together, or if the volume decreases when you do panning to either side. So, but play around with it on a project and see how it, you know, just works pretty easily, and how that, you know, you should see how that can change the effect of the overall sound. Okay, so we have a question: how to merge two mono tracks with existing data to a 2-channel stereo track. So there's a number of ways. So if I wanted to take this, you know, if I go to my project menu, we could say, so if I want to take a stereo track, and just come over here and adjust like a stereo to 2 mono, or 2 mono to a stereo. We could go to convert tracks, and here I can say multi-channel to mono. So I'll do kind of the inverse of that. So if I wanted to take these two tracks, select the tracks themselves. And now we could say, go to convert tracks, and you could say mono to multi-channel. And we could say your destination format is stereo. And then that will automatically take it into a stereo track. You could also, another method is to select the tracks, do a render in place. So let's say if I select these two tracks, if I wanted to do it like as an event, I could say, let's go to our render settings, and then we could just choose to mix down. And then at that point, we could just render. And then if you wanted that to be muted, as this was rendered to a new audio track as well. So there's two different approaches. You could also do an export audio mix down that may be a little more involved. but try from the project menu, selecting the tracks and convert to tracks. If you needed to do it on an event level, like only for like, these two measures, but not for the tracks, do a render in place setting and just make sure that you have the down mix checkbox checked once you have that set up. Okay. Okay, so question. I'm having trouble importing video files. Should they be in a certain format? Okay, so we see this a couple times. Okay, so when you're doing video files, so a lot of times, they're like video files are much different than, just about every other computer file type, because you could have an MP4 file, a video file, but it could be like 1,000 different variations depending on different codecs and containers. So I will, if you wanted to, and there's like all sorts of different video utilities, but if you just go to, just go, and you could see depending on different formats. I'm just going to Google video support in Cubase, Nuendo, because there's a kind of a whole website that Steinberg has that will tell you all the different codecs and combinations and formats. So you could just, because, H.263 is not supported with ATI graphics cards, but other cards. So, all sorts of different video files and frame rate. So go to this page and we just Google video support in Nuendo, Cubase, Wavelab, and Dorco. That would be, that should give you kind of all of the information directly there. Okay. All right, good to see David Reuter and Kristen Parisi from Nashville. Missing you guys in Nashville. Okay. Okay, so just reading through comments. So just from George, follow-up question from the previous question. Thank you for trying. When I was in session, I would just put save. I wouldn't worried about the files. And when I got back to waveforms were gone and resolved, missing files would come up first. So as you, so if you're missing the waveforms can always be kind of redrawn in. If you go to the pool window, you could come over here and think if you just kind of right click, you could choose to, create, have it automatically recreate your image files. They can automatically be recreated. So let me see if it's even in the media menu. But if you just click on reconstruct, but make sure that, when you're doing, try to make sure that you're naming the files before recording. Just kind of, so when you save the project is, the project file itself. When we give it a name, that project file just references where the audio files are and what the audio files names are and what folder that they come from. So if you're not careful, if you're kind of sloppy about naming conventions, or if you have multiple files going into the same project folders, I see some people, and I've seen like really highly regarded engineers, have 3 or 4 albums from different clients and different artists on major labels all in the same folder, and they just name it bass. And and they don't know if it's a bass from this client, or another client, or 3 records ago. So, try to keep, when you start off your project in Cubase, it's always good to put each project into its own distinct folder, and that will keep kind of your file management much easier. Okay, we see a question maybe answered so many times, but I want to see it in action. How can I transfer all my Cubase settings to another computer or to a new version of Cubase? I will transfer from Mac OS to Windows. The easiest way to do this is just to go over here from your edit menu and go to your profile manager, and just come right over here and export your profile. So it's kind of a good thing. And I see a lot of my professional clients, when they're maybe going to someone else's studio to work, the last thing that they want, if they've customized their key commands, is to go into someone else's room and the key commands are all different, and then they can't find their way around and all their muscle memory is gone. They'll just they'll export their profile, and this will include your presets, your key commands, your preferences, your global workspaces, your VST connections. All those different settings can be just carried over through a profile. And then when you get to your new computer or to someone else's computer, import the profile, start Cubase again, and then everything will be kind of set up as you expect and would want. Okay, so we have a question from Gareth. Could you show some best uses for the 4 main automation panel operations: touch, auto latch, crossover, trim? Okay, so let's go ahead and I'll do this on, or I'll just mute these so we don't have to hear a test tone. All right, so let's go ahead and so let me just hide the waveform here. Okay, so let's say we want to do touch automation. So I will just grab this fader. And so we have kind of our different automation modes here. So we have touch, auto latch, crossover, and let's see, what's the 4th one? And trim. Okay. So when we go to our different automation modes, so I'm going to come right over here and let's go ahead and automate this track. So touch would automate exactly when you're touching a particular parameter. So it doesn't automate then as soon as I touch the fader with a control surface or with my mouse, it writes the automation. And then as soon as I let go, and that's why we see many control surfaces that are touch sensitive, so that when your finger releases from the button, it will automatically stop writing the automation. So as soon as I release from that point, as soon as I let go of the mouse, that's when the automation stops getting written. So come here, then it goes back to where it was. I do just a little touch up. I let go. Let's say I'll just let this continue on. So whatever I am actually touching, so I let go of the mouse like now, and then the automation stops. Now, when we switch over to auto latch, what this will do is it'll keep writing the automation. So I let go of the mouse. It's going to write that value until I stop. So I don't have to keep my finger on the mouse. It will just keep that particular value until I hit the stop key, like right now. So that way I don't have to hold on to or touch the fader. I don't have to hold my mouse button down, for a long period of time if it's going to be stable. Now, when we have crossover will kick in when I wanted to do maybe a quick touch up. So let's say there's one word that was a little too loud or too soft. So as soon as I wanted to, when I'm in crossover, let's say I'm going to do a crossover here, I will start writing. And then as soon as I bring it back up to the initial value, it will kick off the automation. So I'll just come here and now okay, so I have it in crossover. Let me undo that. Just make sure I put it in. So now as I do this, okay. So the automation kicked out as soon as I came back to where the initial value was. And what trim automation is going to allow us to do is, let's say we have this great automation curve, and now I just wanted that all to be a little lower. So as we kind of do this, we could see kind of I'll just turn off so I'll just put it back in touch mode here. So let's say just for demonstration purposes. So we can see that we always have like two separate values. And then what we could do is, at this point, we could freeze the trim, and we could choose to do this manually. So let's say I'll do this manually to show, and we can see this in the settings. So now I can see the initial value and what the value was. So I see two different values. This is where we were, and this is the new automation. So what I'm going to do is to now, on leaving trim mode. So now when I go back I take it off of trim mode, it'll now kind of coalesce those two different values together. So touch is only when you're actually touching the fader. Auto latch will keep the last state until you actually stop on the transport. Crossover will kick out if you're doing kind of like a quick automation dip or bump, just to when you go back to the original value. And trim is like when you want to take an existing track and make it all a little louder or a little softer. And then you could have that automatically coalesce manually on pass end or on leaving trim mode. So hopefully that makes sense, Gareth. I hope you're doing well. Looking forward to your next song to play bass with. Okay. All right, so we see Jazz Dude's going to make a whole logical editor section on Discord. So that'd be great, very helpful. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. And if you've learned something new, make sure that you hit the like button, and that if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure that you subscribe as well. Okay, so we see a question. I'm having trouble figuring out how to slur notes together, making a sliding effect with orchestral instruments. Also with dynamics, starting loud on whole note and going quiet to loud. So let's go ahead and take a look at, a lot of these could be dependent upon the instrument, but these are pretty common techniques I'll show you. So let's say I'll just do this inside of Iconica. All right, so let's say I'll just do an Iconica ensembles. So let's say, okay, so now I will have, okay, so let me just say, if I wanted to go to sustain here. So a lot of times the instruments will actually kind of respond to different controllers. So we can see like our fade here will be set to modulation. So let's say if I just wanted to, record one single note, it's kind of classic TV thing, right at the end before the commercial comes on, where you build up the tension at the very end. You just go. Something like that, just to kind of build that tension right before it cuts to commercial. So at that point, you could just, when we look at it, just have that kind of playability. Often it's going to be with like a, modulation wheel, or using, some people want to do it with like, it's not always with velocity. So if I hit the velocity hard or very soft, it doesn't really matter, but the dynamics can be controlled directly from the modulation wheel. And every library will be kind of slightly different as you do this. And some libraries, like I say, at this point, I wanted to bring in, even different instruments, or I don't want trombones, so you could actually kind of tweak these different elements. So I could say, if I wanted this to play back very staccato, then you could send a key switch to automatically then switch to sustain. So, you'll have different articulations that are often going to be just so, figure out what's going on with your particular library. But if I have this as, staccatissimo, that's not going to be very legato. But if you switch to the correct articulation, so you could think of that as like, how the breath is leaving, how your bow is moving across the string is often going to be controlled by like a modulation wheel. So give that a try, Link, and see if that works. And it could be different, but most orchestral libraries will have something very similar to that. So we just see, can you give me some resources for newbies to Cubase? Probably a really good resource, and I could be biased here, is to ask any question and, check out these Hangouts, because you could ask any question and it will be really, the thing I like about this format is every Hangout is different. There's lots of questions. You could check out the cubaseindex.com site that Jan has done, which you could search for different stuff. For topics that we've covered. But, I think sometimes you learn a lot, and I think people have watched a lot of the Hangouts have learned a lot of things from other people's questions that you wouldn't think to ask, or you say, oh, I could do this approach in editing MIDI notes or doing audio editing for other types of projects. So, but there's, go to the Cubase YouTube channel. There's, probably, over 1,000 hours of tutorials there. So. All right. So I just see a question from Michael. Waves offers a Michael Brower program that does almost any effects for keyboard. It's $35 USD. That's why I wonder what Cubase does. So, if you're doing, your PSR, you have all sorts of great effects inside of Cubase, and you could control the effects inside of your PSR, or, when you've recorded it as audio directly in Cubase as well. So I think you have enough tools that come with Cubase that you don't have to spend an extra $35. Just see Greg, fantastic piano playing. So I wish I could play piano that well. It was actually my electronic music professor from college. I did a quick CD with him once. And he did a lot of the early electronic music stuff in New York City with Varese and people like that. So I wish I could play like he does, but it's a really beautiful. I have like 3 pieces of his I was able to capture for a CD. So. Okay, quick question. What do you use to get your Cubase sound into OBS? So I've tried all sorts of different operations. I found that the best thing that I've come up with is a kind of a dual interface approach. So I have Cubase going directly out of a Steinberg UR24C interface, so just a USB 3.0 audio interface. So that's what I use for my Hangouts. So Cubase is going out of that, and my microphone goes into a Yamaha, I think it's an MW12CX mixer. So it's a mixer with a USB output. My audio, so my microphone goes there. The audio from my microphone and Cubase go into the Yamaha mixer. The Yamaha mixer is what OBS sees. So when I come over here to my audio setup, see if I can do this without messing everything up. I just have it routed to my Yamaha mixer. This way I could switch sample rates. I could do, I don't have to have particular plugins loaded. So I just kind of take a dual system approach, and that way my Cubase audio is going on one stream. The audio for the live stream is going out of my Yamaha USB mixer. Then I find that works really well. It gives me like a mute switch when my son knocks on the door, or if I have to cough, stuff like that. So, I tried many systems. I found this is like the easiest. I have to do a lot of juggling to, answer all the questions and have a computer for that. And there's lots of juggling to make this all look easy. So I don't have to worry about the audio setup for the most part. So that's what I use. Okay. Okay, so I see from Ted Springman, what makes Moog special is lightning fast changes in amplitude that SoftSynth can't exactly duplicate. So I'm wondering if Cubase can render its compression at half speed to double the transient attack. So if you wanted to do something like that, so there isn't like a way to necessarily do that, but I would check out, one of the inserts. I would definitely check out the envelope shaper. So if you wanted to just come over here, because you could take any synth sound and be able to adjust kind of the envelope. So I've seen some people do that for synth sounds. As often people like defaultly use it for drums, but for the situation described, Ted, you may want to be able to adjust kind of the amplitude that way. So I would give that a try. Okay, so we have a question. Hey, Greg, is there a way in Cubase to zoom scroll the timeline while the project is playing back without Cubase skipping or jumping to the mouse location after the mouse button is let up? So let me just go ahead and open up a quick project just to show this. All right, thank you all for the wonderful questions. Okay, so let's say I have my project here and I want to zoom in and out kind of while it's playing without affecting kind of the playback position. So let's say, I'm here. So if I just hold down my scroll wheel and hover, I could zoom in and out using my mouse scroll wheel without jumping the playback window. And you could also come over here. And there's also the project overview. So if you wanted to just kind of zoom in on particular sections, let me just hit F to. So if I just wanted to use a mouse scroll wheel while hovering in the project window while holding down Control or Command. So just Control, hover, and then you could just kind of scroll, zoom in horizontally that way. So. Okay, so question, when I try to preview my third-party samples, it takes a split second when I click to preview it. Is there a workaround for this? When I scroll with up and down keys, it's instant, not Cubase samples. So let me just come over here. Let's just jump to like different files. Let me just come over here to say if I wanted to audition some different files quickly here. So I mean, when I'm doing this, it's let me just find some so say I'll just go here to this. There's a bunch of different samples. So this is kind of just automatically playing back the files. Does each have a little... Let me see if I have some... So let's say I'll just come in here to different samples and... You know, everything is kind of playing back. So I'm not sure if it's like a VST, if you're playing it back just in audio. If you're playing back just an audio file, it should be pretty instantaneous. Something, you know, some things that could delay it is if you have a lot of plugins on the master bus or in the control room. But if it has to load into a particular instrument, it may have to load the instrument first and then load that sound into the instrument. And that may take a little longer. So if you could let us know if it's like just straight audio files that you're trying to preview or samples are loaded into particular instruments, that would be helpful, MK. Okay. All right, so just seeing, just reading through some comments. So seeing that the very nice extra for the XG with the track controls settings. Okay, so Mark Raven's asking a question for me. What are you working on? Do you have any questions we could answer for you? So I had to do something in Excel the other night, and I'm like the worst. I'm like a total like, second grader. That's maybe, demeaning to second graders, but I'm total like novice when it comes to something like Excel. I'm a total moron with it. So I can appreciate everyone learning Cubase as I try to Google and look for a solution for something that seems very simple in Excel. So I need help with Excel. So, but I won't bore anyone with that. So, all right. So we see Nexus also has his loves his MR816 CSX's 2. I have 2 chained together. So yeah, I'm going to use mine until they don't work anymore. That's kind of usually how I am with a lot of gear. So. All right, so I see a comment from Jeff Sabelski. The Grand VSTI is awesome. I'm jaded as I grew up spoiled, turning pages from age of 8 for my dad with a Steinway D Concert Grand 1966. I wanted to sample it. Sis wanted to sell it with a frown face. All right, so Sable Winters is checking in. Good to see you on the Hangout, Sable. Glad you could join us. Okay, so question, how big a leap is it from 6.5 to the latest version from Cosmos Original Records? So there are, probably most of the settings, most of the functions I think will be similar. The biggest change I think initially will be the mix console, because there was a big overhaul in version 7. I think that was 2012. When it came out. I remember doing a preview in New York City for it and leaving on vacation while my wife was pregnant with our son. So it's kind of etched in my memory. But that was kind of like a pretty significant change. Like the MIDI editing, the audio editing, there's more stuff there, but kind of the same functionality will still be present. I think Michael Teams also did an upgrade from 6.5 to 11 recently, so he may be able to better comment on that. Okay. Okay, reading through comments. Thanks for all the great questions. And if you learned something new, make sure you hit the like button. I see that currently we're at 99 likes. So if we get 100 likes, that would be great. So, and if you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure you do that. And we will be doing our Zoom post live stream hangout next Friday on the 26th. So I know a bunch of people were on that. It was really wonderful to meet everyone. So. Okay, so I see, does the Roland BK offer more compatible controller setups, M Audio, Akai, video game mouse, or what would be the most optional quick controller? Let me just look at what a Roland BK is. Bear with me just for a second. I'm not sure if it's just a MIDI controller or a mixer. Okay, so I see that it's going to be just for, it looks just like a keyboard arranging workstation. So I think, probably the best, so that will allow you to do a lot of, I just kind of looked at it in a very kind of macro manner. But I think, using a MIDI controller for that, but I think, the best controller that people underutilize is, just your actual computer keyboard. So if you're kind of new to Cubase, teach yourself 5, every time you do a function, see if there's a keyboard shortcut for that and incorporate that keyboard shortcut into your workflow. So every time you go to a menu, and sometimes I go to the menus for demonstration purposes. So you say, oh, you could go here. But if you know the keyboard shortcut or customized keyboard shortcuts, because generally your computer keyboard's going to be in front of you. And some people, I realize, just can't remember keyboard shortcuts. I remember I did like a training for Hans Zimmer and his crew once, and he has like these amazing touchscreens so that he could just muscle memory go here to the upper right hand corner of the screen and does this when he's on this track, and when he's this macro or logical editor preset can be triggered all the time. He doesn't have to think about it in the heat of battle. And he was just like, he came up to me after and he was just like, I wish I could remember the keyboard shortcuts like you do. And I feel I could be faster, but it's like, I have this touch screen because I just can't remember them. So, using kind of your, MIDI controller to input MIDI and be expressive with like the modulation wheel, like we showed with the orchestral brass, doing that stuff and being able to tweak synth parameters is really handy. But for a lot of editing functions, just try to make yourself learn a couple new keyboard shortcuts and incorporate those into your workflow. And that will make a big difference in how fast you can operate Cubase. Probably the fastest person I've ever seen run Cubase is Stevie Wonder, just because he's all about keyboard shortcuts. And you feel stupid that he's faster than you and he's blind. But, that's just, but when you see someone just fly on the computer keyboard, the computer keyboard shortcuts, that can make a big difference. Okay. Okay, so a question from Joseph. I haven't used spectral layers yet. Is that only for using on the master track? Sorry, I haven't had time to look into it. A quick answer would be sufficient. No, you could use it on any track. So, and often what it's doing, like let's say you have a guitar recording or someone, was talking on a microphone, and while they're doing this amazing vocal take, they kick the mic stand and you have like that kind of thing while you're talking. You could take out those particular frequencies or like a squeak on an acoustic guitar. So you don't have to do it on the master bus. You can do it on independent tracks as well. So a question from David Rogers. Can you demonstrate Rewire in Cubase? I was told by technical support at Waves for their live tune software I should open up a Rewire channel first. So I don't think I have any Rewire devices. I mean, it's not used as much anymore. But if you go to your Rewire setup here, you should be able to select your rewired devices or programs. So you should be able to see it there, but I don't have any programs that are Rewire capable or compatible anymore. So it's kind of a bit of an older technology, but if you're doing, a lot of vocal stuff, just check to see if you could, just do kind of all your vocal editing directly inside of VariAudio, because the beauty of this is if you do your vocal tuning here, say, okay, I want to do this, and, I want it to transpose, I want it to do, you have your unlimited levels of undo directly there. And just kind of the integration is really, pretty stellar. So. We see a nice comment from John Costigan. We always used a Neve preamp model on our Apollo Twin when recording. Rupert will be missed. Yeah, he's just a really wonderful man. So. Okay, Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. All right. All right, so we see a comment. These sessions are simply brilliant. Thanks. I hope it's helpful, because for me, I get to talk to my laptops. So, but that's why I enjoy the Zoom get-togethers. But thank you for the comments. I really appreciate that. All right, so we see Jeff Sabelski, and it's probably in relation to our discussion on the Hermo tunings, as major thirds are the perpetrators of equal temperament issues for sensitive ears. So the longer the time, the more it needs to be retempered. I'm an oboist who tunes the orchestra after that. So, yeah. Okay, so I see from Alan, just a further clarifications. Thanks for trying. I'm getting the message whenever I try to use any keyboard shortcuts in Cubase. The message seems to be coming from the program itself. On-screen keyboard won't allow. So if you have the on-screen keyboard where you hit like Option, Shift-K, what this is intended to do is to be a MIDI controller that is triggered by hitting your computer keyboard's key. So when I hit Q, W, E, R, T, Y, it's going, so you probably get that when we try to use that. So close the on-screen keyboard, and that's Alt or Option plus the letter K, and then all your keyboard shortcuts should work. Thank you for the clarification, Al. I should have figured that out, but thank you so much for clarifying for us. So question from Ali. Greg, what would you say to a person who works with Cubase and makes music? Stranger people love his songs. He works with a 2 gigabyte RAM broken laptop with no headphones and can't release his songs. Mostly because there are no speakers to mix and master, mainly because everyone he's asked for help just told him that he's great, but nobody actually helped because he's young and has no money to pay. So, you know, I've seen lots of people, you know, over the years, and I've been kind of involved with this a long time, where it's, you know, people I've seen that worked at music stores when they had no money are now like huge record producers, and, you know, people that whose moms would drop them off at clinics for me when they were kids, you know, go on to have like incredible success. But, you know, if it's someone who's, all right, so, but, you know, I would have him, you know, there's probably different groups that maybe he could reach out to. You know, if he has like particular questions, and if he doesn't want to, you know, and some people are very shy about their creative process. So, you know, I've kind of seen the full gamut of people. And I try to, you know, always, you know, personally, you know, since I have knowledge, I think that the proper thing to do is to kind of share knowledge, whether, you know, you're, you know, a huge rock star or just someone who happens to get my phone number or attends to hang out. So I think, you know, with that, if he doesn't, so just kind of rereading. So has no speakers to mix and master because, you know, and sometimes, you know, people, you have to kind of empower people. So if he doesn't have, you know, anything to work with, you know, I mean, as long as he's kind of getting something done. And I've seen people work with very modest pieces of equipment, you know, like when we did, trying to remember, we just did a video and, you know, but these, you know, they're on the Steinberg Spotlight series. You know, we did, let me just look it up. I can't believe, but you know, I mean, these guys were running like a 286 PC for a long time. And, you know, they were, you know, for a long time, just, let me just look it up real quick here. Sorry about that. You know, they used like really basic gear, and they were like to the point where, like they were still like, handing CDs of their projects to people when they go into the studio, and they finally kind of upgraded, who they were, like their different gear. But let me just see if I could quickly find, like the guys in Chromeo. That's what I'm thinking of. Can't believe I was blanking on their name, but like they had very modest stuff, but they were able to kind of get what they wanted to be done. So I think for advice is maybe, figure out what's actually holding him back. So what is the impediment, and maybe, solve that problem. And if he doesn't have speakers, get him comfortable headphones to mix on for a while, just so he doesn't have an impediment, and overcome one impediment at a time, and see how, and until he gets to the next one and gets it figured out. So hopefully that made sense. All right. Good to see Pablo on the Hangout from Galicia, España. Okay. All right. All right. School is over from my son, as you may have heard. Let me to go talk to him. Hang on just a second. Okay, my son's school has ended for the week, so he's very happy. All right. Okay, so question, if you have time for this, I'm having trouble finding many patterns in Groove Agent SE5. Are there many in the standard installation? I'm only seeing maybe 8 to 10. So it could be different filters that are being set up, but there's lots of different patterns. So if I wanted to come here, let's just add a quick instrument track. And I'm just going to load up just a quick kit here. So a lot of people miss this kind of little extended view. So let's say I have a pattern going on here. So let's make this like 108. So if I wanted to just click on the little folder icon, this will open up kind of an extended view, and you could just go to styles. So these are all different styles. You can say, okay, let's look at acid jazz. So now, and some of these are going to be for other particular instruments, but let's say I want to go to blues. So you could just now double click. And let's say Britpop, and some of these are going to be really for other, particular libraries. So let's say, okay, I want to do like a country pattern. Let's say I want to do more of a funk pattern. So, this is an easy way to kind of audition different patterns. And then for each of these patterns, you could also have different variations and levels of dynamics and different levels of complexity as well. So, just kind of go through those different styles, and then you'll be able to kind of have all of your patterns kind of as that would probably open up all the different patterns and styles that you have already with Cubase. Okay, reading through comments. All right, we see Jeff Sabelski has been going through his whole new computer build. So his motherboard just came in. So congratulations. You'll have a fun weekend with your new toys. All right, so I just see Greg, I think in Cubase 9.5 we could add track icon to multiple tracks, but I could not do an 11. Is it a bug? So I'm not sure if you could do it before. Let me see. I don't think I have anything prior to 10.5 on this computer, but I'll give it a shot and see. I'll just do quickly new project. So it doesn't look like we could do it in 11, but I could load up on my studio computer after the hangout if you want to email me and just check. I'll see if it was possible in previous versions, and if it was, I'll make sure to pass it along. All right, so we see that Jeff Sabelski's used Loop Mash in one of his projects, Count the Ballots. Okay. So just seeing a question from Sub403, did Loop Mash get upgraded in Cubase 11? I believe it's the same. So it may have had like some minor, like maybe the GUI had changed for high DPI, but I'm not absolutely positive. So. All right, so we see, all right, so just seeing discussion about Jeff Sabelski's song. All right. All right, my time chat field just jumped on me. Let me see if I could. Scroll back, fine. Hopefully I didn't lose any questions. All right, so I may have lost some questions. I apologize for that. We'll just pick up, see how we're doing on time. All right, so we're doing well. Okay. Okay, so just see from Kyle Kennedy, finished your project the other day. Love Greg's tip for adding supervision to the control room mix. Great for mixing and panning automation. That's great. Congratulations on finishing your project. That's always, it seems like a simple thing, but to actually finish it's a big deal. So congratulations on that. So you see, why is the quality of the sample track so bad when I warp an 808? So let's go ahead and, there are different warp algorithms. So I'm not sure if it's an 808 kick or more like a sub bass, but let's go ahead and take a look. See if I have my sample track. Okay, so I got it here. So make sure that you do, different, like when we want to do different tuning algorithms. So let's say if I wanted to just come here. So, you will have different quality algorithms. So, you may default to standard. So if you wanted to do that, but you could also have kind of extreme. There's vintage, which would mimic kind of like older 12-bit samplers. So check, let's say if I take it off monophonic mode, and I'll just knock my control room up. Sorry, you may hear my son noodling on piano in the back. So, make sure that you actually try the different algorithms for the warping. And if you're doing different audio warping, you could put it in music or solo mode, and what sync that you want. So there's different algorithms for your time stretching. So make sure that you're kind of using the best algorithm and experiment with some of the other ones. All right, so we see Sable Winters, Takao Kennedy. I can hardly wait to use the Supervision plugin after upgrading this weekend. Congratulations. So I just see a question. What do you guys prefer, Logic Pro or Cubase? Cubase. All right. All right, so question from Sub403, how can I make Cubase look bigger on my screen? I'm on a MacBook Pro. So, when you go to, if you come over here, I won't switch it because it might mess up kind of the streaming stuff. But when you go to the system preferences, try going to your event display, and then you could set different display resolutions. And I think... yeah, that's probably what I didn't want to do. So you may be able to just kind of see it just like that, or if you want to choose scaled. Sorry, I hope this comes back. So you could just try that and try adjusting your screen resolution on your Mac, and that can make your Cubase look bigger. Okay, so we see other people prefer Cubase. All right. All right. Okay, reading through more comments. So to see someone saying, I love Cubase Nuendo more than my own wife. So we won't tell her. But and he's, well, maybe not. So that's good. Okay, so lots of comments. So just kind of navigating through them. Thanks for all the great discussion. So I see from DJ Zoni, I heard you guys talking about the Hangouts though, but I don't know how to get on that. Help please. So it is from DJ Zoni. So you're on the Hangout, so just kind of ask any questions, and these will be available to watch afterwards on YouTube, and I'll do kind of a time-stamped index later tonight, so I get to watch the Hangout all over again, give myself like an hour break. and start to index. So when we'll get a Cubase native on M1. So, most companies, it's kind of working with the latest updates on Rosetta, but, currently there's a pretty significant changes that need to happen for the M1 processor. So there's a lot of stuff that Apple did that makes it hard for not only Steinberg, but the other companies to do native support. But it's under investigation and our teams are doing research on it, but we could do a bunch of stuff and have it all change as well. But they're working on it. Okay, so I see from Gareth, thanks for the automation demo. So I hope that was helpful. All right. I just see Alvaro just says, you youngsters, I started with ADATs. Yeah. I remember going to the AES show when they first kind of showed the ADAT before it was released. We see Disable started with Cakewalk, then Pro Tools, then finally on the Cubase. We're glad you're on the Cubase family. We see that Dina started with the AWE32. Okay. All right, so we see Firm. I'm from the UK, first time on a Hangout, so welcome to the Hangout. Feel free to ask any questions or just lurk, and hopefully you can learn some new tips and tricks. All right, hang on just 1 second. My son's at the door. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption. Okay. Okay, just reading. So a lot of people starting with like 2 cassette decks. They're recording Odyssey. Okay, so I just see a comment from Gareth. Thanks for the last bass work on Revelation. I sent an MP3 to finished tune to you on Discord. I sent it via email. So yeah, email would be great. I don't always think to check Discord, but yeah, just let me know. Okay, just going through. So just see a question from Dina. Anyone know how much Iconica is? I use Spitfire at the moment. So you could just kind of check I think if you got kind of the Opus, it might be around like 1,000-ish. But in the US, but I'm not sure what country you live in, but you could just go to the Steinberg online shop and check that out. And check out the price on the online shop or through the dealer. All right, so I just see a question from Alvaro. It's like, how do you put an audio file into the sampler? So if you don't know how to do this, if we have just like an empty sampler track, you could take any audio file and drag and drop. If you wanted to take if you have a MIDI that's going out to a virtual instrument, you could also just drag and drop directly into the sample editor. If you're in the media bay, we could also just go to your loops and samples and just right click and create a sampler track based on that and be able to play. So there's a couple different ways to get audio into the sampler track. So I just see from Deep Fried Beats, is that library included with Cubase 11? So if this is the Iconica library, that's going to be sold separately. So I'm not sure if it was one of the sample libraries over here. But if it's the Iconica, that would probably that's sold separately. And I just see, I guess I need to open up Hallion more often. All right. So Michael Teams is kind enough to say, I'm the Yoda of Cubase. So I'm still learning new stuff all the time. So I'm sure there's people who know way better than me. Okay, so we have a question from 803 Music Group. Can you cover the live collaboration feature where you can record someone live over the internet? So when you want to record someone and they're, perhaps in a different location than you are, they could download a program called VST Connect Performer from the Steinberg website, and it's free for Mac and PC, and I think for iOS it's $4.99. If I remember correctly. Once that's done, we can come over here and you could create a VST Connect SE. I'll come here. So basically what you're going to do is to have the person, you're going to connect with the person. They can create a My Steinberg account. They have their audio interface connected. And at this point, if you do the Create VST Connect, this will automatically add an audio track, kind of do the busing. You can see them on the webcam, so you'll be able to actually communicate with them, talk on a phone, use a talkback microphone. And as we do this, you could see if they have a webcam, you could actually see, so if they're singing into the microphone backwards or the microphone is off axis and you're looking at it, you could kind of get a peek into what's going on in their particular studio. But you could make a connection and you need to route the audio through, if you're in Cubase Pro, through the control room. And the control room will then send the audio through the control room, through the VST Connect bus. It will send that audio directly out to the performer. The performer hears the music. They hear their tracks. They record, and the signal goes directly back into the Cubase project. So, some things where people run into issues is if you're using Wi-Fi and the data bandwidth is fluctuating. So try to use a wired connection. Go out and buy a long Ethernet cable for the person. And make sure that you're running the same version of the software. But it's, for COVID situations, it's been, a life-saving feature. If you saw this past season of NBC's The Voice, that was all able to be done as a show because they used a VST Connect Performer to record all the vocalists. So that's a quick overview how you get started with that. So from Rick Red, is there a way to tell the Cubase 11 Pro plugins versus Cubase 11 Artist? I have many plugin tracks that are saying I'm not licensed. So if you go to the Steinberg website, so, when you buy Cubase Artist and Cubase 11, they're basically the same program. And depending on what license you have, whether it's an artist license or pro, those features are enabled or disabled. So the licensing, you probably wouldn't get that message. From Steinberg plugins, you may not get that particular message. If you've installed a lot of different content libraries, there could be different ones. But if you go to, let's say, the Steinberg website, there's usually a pretty detailed, comparison chart. So let's go ahead and take a look. And here you could see exactly which particular plugins come, so once you see the number of MIDI tracks, so let's say, okay, which virtual instruments come, which effects come with each level. So you could kind of see that information there. Okay. Okay, just reading through different comments here. Okay, so from Jam Tracks Reunion, in Cubase Pro 11, is there a way to get the metronome count in clicks to emit during playback? Counting clicks seems to only work in record mode here. So, all right, let's take a look. Sorry, let me quit the web browser quickly. All right. Okay, so let's say if I'm at measure 2, all right, so let's make sure I have my pre-count. Okay, so let's go to my transport. Okay, so I'm just going to turn on my metronome. All right, so if I'm in record. Okay. Let me just see if it's... All right, so let's say if I activate pre-roll. All right, so I will just kind of come here. All right, so now when I hit play, all right, so I will turn on, and let me just change my metronome settings back. So see if this, let's say if I jump here and I hit play, I can now have it go. Let's see if I have the pre-roll activated. All right, so that way, if I used a pre-roll and I start at 1, it'll kind of just play back the metronome. So try activating the pre-roll jam tracks reunion and see if that makes a difference. Okay, so question. When muting an event, I mute the top take and then the next take below becomes unmuted. How do I mute the top take and all takes below remain muted? So I think it's like if we're comping a particular part. Okay, so let's say if I have my parts comped here, let me just select I'll just do a quick comp here. All right, so when you come here, you could, so let's say if I wanted to mute this, then the other parts, so when I just mute the event here, that seems to mute, that doesn't activate the particular parts. So it says when muting an event, I mute the top take, and then the rest of the take below becomes unmuted. How do I mute the top take and all takes below remain muted? So when I come here, so if it's the top, so let's say I'm at the top take, I would just do it on the track itself. So if you mute on the track itself, then nothing else plays. So it may not get muted, but it will just kind of come directly over here. And, if you mute the region on the track as opposed to the event itself. So if I do that, it looks like, when I mute the event here, so if I do like the top, I could see the other things muted, but if you mute the event, nothing else gets unmuted. Or if you mute the actual top of the track, nothing else gets muted. So I would try just muting from the actual audio track as opposed to the lane and see if that helps you, Rich. So just see, can we dedicate this hangout in honor of Sir Rupert Neve? So yeah, it's a great sentiment. So wonderful man. He's done so much for our industry and so incredibly humble. So. All right, Sub 403 wants people to hit the like button. All right. All right, so just see a question. Sometimes I want the voice of Cubase to be sent to Skype or Zoom. I use Voice Meter, but I want to know, is it possible to send sound from Cubase to Zoom or Skype directly? So, generally we don't utilize, sometimes it's tricky on the computer operating systems. It's a little trickier on Windows than Mac, but to have the system sounds kind of be sent. And we kind of use a different layer of the system sounds so that, we use ASIO to minimize latency and provide proper synchronization of your audio interface and for proper delay compensation that the normal operating system drivers aren't quite as robust to handle for like a professional application like Cubase. So some people use voice meter to do that. As I mentioned earlier, I just tend to use like, two audio interfaces, and it doesn't have to be a particular, mixer with a USB out like what I use, but but many people use voice meter. I personally haven't had good luck with it. I'm probably one mouse click away from happiness to make it happen. I think some people also use a Restream plugin, but it's also sometimes if Skype and Zoom supported ASIO, that would be helpful. So you could contact them for ASIO support. That would make stuff a lot easier. All right, so see comment from Jeff Zabelski. I use an additional piece of hardware that helps my workflow. The monitor to USB, sources, monitors, mono, dim, crossfeed, master volume, 2 independent headphones. Yamaha may consider integrating. So a lot of those, aspects are kind of just already available within the control room. So, many people just use those inputs and outputs from their audio interface. That's kind of what I do in my studio, and then I just have controls for my control room from my computer keyboard or my remote control, or I also use a Stream Deck in my studio as well. Okay, so I just see question from FlowMod. How can I stretch audio? Okay. So there's a number of different ways of doing this. So let's say if I want to take this particular, probably the easiest way is there's, different sizing modes. So when you go to the object selection tool, you could say sizing applies time stretch. And I could take just this little audio file and just stretch it, and that will automatically time compress it. Other ways of doing that to particular audio files, if we go to audio and processes, and you'll see time stretch. And then you could, set the amount of bars and beats in the original length and the resulting length. So those are kind of, different ways of being able to time stretch your audio. Okay, reading through different comments, lots of great discussions. All right, so we have DJ Shindo from Israel checking in. Thanks for joining us. Welcome to the Hangout. Okay, so from Maxstorm, hi Greg, greetings from Germany. Question, what was the trick to have the project window and the editor below at the same scale? So let's go ahead and take a quick look. Let me just find something that has more. Okay, so let's say if I have some MIDI tracks here. All right, so if I wanted these to be synchronized together, all you have to do is you'll see this icon here for link project and lower zone, and this works for the MIDI editors. It doesn't work for the sample editor. So without that, we could have independent zooming between the two windows, and once that's turned on, then as we zoom in the editor window, we see the project window automatically correlate directly between those, or if we zoom in the project window, those would automatically be linked together. Again, just we see these little 3 circles, this little chain link, I guess, and that would enable that. We see Sable Winters indicating that she is Cubase shortcuts illiterate. So you can learn 2 every day and you'll be in great shape. So. All right, so I just see, hello, can you talk about connecting external synths and how to set it up from F4? Okay, so when we want to work with an external instrument, you know, the concept is that we could take an external instrument's audio outputs and connect it to 2 audio inputs of your audio interface. So, and we could do this by going to, let's say, your studio menu to audio connections, and we'll see external instruments. So let's say I wanted to have my Yamaha montage. So I would add an external instrument. We could say, okay, we want to have 1 stereo return, and then I could give it a name. So I'll just call this montage. And what I need to do now is to tell what inputs of my interface that this is connected to. So once I've done this, so let's say just on my interface, I'm going to connect it to audio inputs 1 and 2. And now at this point, I could go to add track, and I'm going to add an instrument track. I will look under the external instruments. And at this point, we'll just see the montage, and I hit add track, and now I could send MIDI directly to that track, and it will be routed in, and I have the ability of using the same channel EQs, the same channel strip, and effects like I would on other virtual instruments, just like that. So question, is it possible to edit tracks while playing music in Cubase without stopping? I want to change something in my tracks when listening to the whole song, and I have a problem because the cursor going back to that places locked playing. Thanks from Poland. So yeah, you could definitely edit your tracks. Let me just revert this because I probably destroyed it. All right, so let's say if I would just want to do editing. So let's say. And the sky turned magic blue, and I was falling. So let's say I just want to go to my bass here. All at once you kissed my face. The world was like a brand new place. Felt my fears all fly away. Don't it make you feel good? Knowing that somebody loves you. Don't it make you feel so if I wanted to change melodies, I'll get out of the chorus here. So you're going to transpose and do your vocal tuning. So say we're just here, you know, if I wanted to. Even do score editing. So yeah, you could definitely kind of do all the editing while it plays back. So, you know, one thing is if you have your transport set to use video files edit mode, when you click on a section, it may just jump to the beginning of that particular section. So make sure that you have the use video follows edit mode off, and then the playhead won't jump to whatever tracks that you're selecting. So give that a try. Okay, we have a question from Kyle Kennedy. Greg, thanks for all the help. Question, easiest way to clean up unused audio from pool and project folder, lots of accidental bounces, renders. So I would just do from the media and just remove unused media. So, and you could do this also from within the pool as well. If you got like really sloppy, and let's say maybe you have like, you have files that are from different folders. Maybe you didn't have it automatically copy the audio to the project folder when you imported it. And you have like stuff like that going on where maybe files are in different locations and you want it to consolidate. You could, from the pool window, just come over here and just do a prepare archive, and that will consolidate everything into a new folder. And if you wanted to hand it off to someone or to archive it, there's also the file menu where you could just do a backup project, and you could choose a new folder, and only the files used in that particular project will be backed up, and you'll have choices here. So let's say when I do a backup project, it's going to prompt you for a new folder. So we'll select that. And then here we could choose to minimize audio files, remove unused files. And what minimize audio files is, let's say you did like a 10-minute recording. I'm sorry for the plosive, but you did a 10-minute recording and all of a sudden you only used 4 seconds of it. It will basically not back up the 9 minutes and 56 seconds of the file that aren't used. So you could minimize your files like that. But, the very simple kind of macro approach to that is just to remove unused media. And that'll probably get you, a long way to where you want to be. Okay, so just see comment. I love your approach to teaching. These Club Cubase sessions are epic. So I'm glad I'm not wasting my time and your time. So glad it's been helpful for a lot of people. So thank you for the kind words and the statement. All right. So I just see a comment that looks complicated to use. Laughing out loud, I've got waveform, and that's just as complicated. Hello, by the way. So it could have been something I did 45 minutes ago. So sorry, a little out of context for me. All right, so Jeff Zabelski, a tech question for my new rebuild. How important is it to use anti-static wrist wrap? So I know a lot of people kind of in the older days of PCs, when people would walk around and get static electricity, that people could kind of blow up stuff. So I would, I know a lot of people do, can't hurt ever to use one, but I know a lot of people will touch kind of like something like a part of the frame first, just to make sure they don't have any static electricity, through their body. So when they touch a card that it will blow up. So, but you could try. It can't hurt to do it. So, but if you don't have one, try just to, touch a metal part of the frame. And if you have any static electricity, that will kind of discharge into the metal frame. All right. Okay. So we see Pablo's going for his dinner. See Michael just make a comment. It has 20 types of chords, XLR, 3.5, jack, plug it all straight into an external audio source and record audio file. Okay. Okay, so question, I had a keyboard player session in my studio and wanted some workflow tips for recording some takes faster and with better arrangements. Okay, so let's say if I was just recording something, what I will often do sometimes, if someone comes over and they have their new special keyboard that's the latest flavor, and they were kind of just recording, what I used to do in sessions is I would just kind of come over here. So let's say I have an instrument track. So let's say I'll just do a quick pad shop sound. I'll use one of the new Fractals libraries. So let's try this. So when I now will come over here and let me just reset my audio connection so it's not going out to my fictitious montage. Okay. All right, so a couple of tips that what I do, and you can do this with like virtual instruments as well, but I often record the audio and MIDI simultaneously. So I may take like, if someone comes over with like, an e-licenser key and they have a bunch of licenses that aren't on your system, you could add like if it's software based, you could add a group channel to the instrument. And then as we come over here, I could just add an audio track, and in this audio track, I want it to be set to the group. So I could now just come over here. So I'm going to record both MIDI and audio simultaneously. So as I do this, and I'm just going to actually select the audio file this time. That would help. All right, so now. And this is from the new Fractals sound set for Pad Shop. It's kind of a cool patch. And that way I always have kind of the audio and MIDI simultaneously. So let's say someone's like, oh, it's cool, I brought your board over for the session, but but I took my board back, and now give me $100, I'll bring my board back, and you could record the audio. At that point, you've just captured the audio. But when doing just like kind of a straight up like MIDI tracking session, you may just want to come here and let's say I'll just quickly set a range. So let's say if I'm here, I just wanted to set, there's different record modes for MIDI and audio. So I could actually just come here and say I wanted to create new parts, or I wanted to merge or replace when in like linear record. So I'm going to activate cycle, and I'll just kind of hit record here. So as I do this, so now that we've recorded kind of multiple passes, I could see all my different performances here in audio, and I could see my different performances here in MIDI as well. So those are some ways that you could do kind of multiply comp takes. But especially if someone's coming over with a keyboard and they're going to leave with that keyboard, and you want that sound, record it as MIDI and record it as the audio, and you could always replace the MIDI sources quite easily after. Okay. So I just see I use voice meter, but I want to know if it's possible to send sound from Cubase to Zoom or Skype directly. So, you know, those programs don't have the kind of the audio interoperable, you know, interconnection software wise for it. So, okay, reading through comments. So we see that ProWash DFW is also he survived the deep freeze in Dallas. I assume DFW is from Dallas, Fort Worth. Okay, my chat field just jumped on me. Okay, we just scroll back. Sorry, may have lost a couple questions. Okay, I think I might be okay. Question-wise, let me just scroll down to where we were. Okay, so people in Dallas are flushing their lines. Make sure their water is going to work correctly. I see a question from Kai. Are they planning on adding more patterns for Groove Agent? Trap and Reggae Town would be nice. So I haven't heard of any specific plans for it, but you know, generally with every new release, there's new patterns that come with it. So make sure that, you know, a lot of people don't realize all the patterns that do come with it. And then you could also check out, if you're looking for kind of like, you know, other patterns that may not be so obvious. If you go to, let's say a MIDI plugin or you go to a MIDI or instrument track, that you'll have, like the MIDI inserts. And there's also a whole bunch of patterns in Beat Designer. So make sure that you go through kind of all of, you know, the different patterns here directly within Beat Designer as well. So there's, you know, a whole slew of patterns, if, you know, for this particular plugin as well. So just see is starting the Zoom session. So we're going to do the Zoom kind of post live stream hangout next Friday. So we'll maybe do 2 hours and then do like a 2 hour Zoom part. Okay, question. Can you do a walkthrough of multi-tap delay on vocals? All right, let's take a look at it. Thank you for all the wonderful questions. And if you've learned something, make sure that you've hit the like button and that also you have subscribed to the channel. My son is playing cartoon music themes on the piano outside. Sorry if it's disturbing. It's picking up by ear, so I'm secretly a little proud. Okay, so let's say. What did you say? You wished it all away. Okay, so let's say. What did you... So let me just set up a multi-tap delay here. I'll just add it as a send. Okay, so this is probably like the most powerful delay ever conceived. All right, so I'm gonna just come here. Let's go ahead and just turn on the send. So what did you say? So we could have our delay time set here. So let's say I want to do like a dotted quarter note. And I'll just, so at this point we could have different modes. So we could have, you know, more for a digital vintage, a tape, crazy, or if you want digital modern, you could adjust how many taps you want. So you have your feedback. So this is like how many delays will kind of cascade. Now there's also a really cool ducker. So let's say I want the delay to only kick in when there's a pause in a vocal. So when there's a pause, and then you could also suppress the feedback when ducking. Or you could also just come here and choose to erase the delay line when the ducking starts. Now we could also have your different loop effects. So if I wanted to put like a phaser just on the delays. So I could put effects just on the delays. So say I now wanted to add in our module of a filter. So what type of filter you want it to be. So you have, didn't you see the way I looked at you? I fell right through. So we could have all sorts of effects just on the delay. Now we could have up to 8 taps here. And once we go to the taps, we could just say, now each of these taps I can, and now if I wanted to put just a effect on an individual tap, I could come here and say, okay, I wanted a delay on this particular tap. And at this point, we could say, okay, what is the, you know, we could say, okay, our grid here will be set to 16th note. So we could have our taps in. We could also just kind of randomly tap for when the taps would be rhythmically, but we could choose kind of so I could say, okay, here's my delay just on that particular tap. So I could say, okay, let's come here, let's adjust the delay on this tap. So each of the taps can have their own parameters for each of the plugins, and then you could have your own global plugins, or, you know, global effects on the loop effects or the tap effects, all kind of independently as well. So, you know, just kind of playing around with. On your heart, all the lights went out and it got dark. Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? I'm uninvited. So try like a wide vocal effect. You put the close sign up on your heart. All the lights went out and it got dark. Where do I go from here? Where do I go from here? So that'll give you kind of a quick sense of what to do with that. And let me help my son really quick. Hang on. All right, apologize for the interruption. Okay, so let's move on through different. All right, hang on just one more second. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that again. All right. So Greg, can you talk about the Beat Designer tool? I can only see 8 drum sounds on the screen at a time. I must be missing something. So you could run multiple instances, but you could choose up to 8. So I'll just come here quickly. I'll just do new project. Or let me just jump. I think I have a project I might be able to get this started with. All right, so if I'm here, I'll just choose, let's say, Beat Designer. And I'll go ahead and just kind of clear this particular pattern. So, excuse me, I'm just going to talk to my son. Hang on. All right, sorry about the interruption again. Apologize. Okay, so now if I wanted to come here, I'll just go ahead and I'll play just a little bit. And let's look at the Beat Designer. So I'm going to take my project here. So let's say I have this running through Groove Agent. I could actually automatically see the name of all the kits when I have Cubase automatically create a drum map from the instrument. So I'll go ahead and play that. Let's get to the MIDI inserts. And at this point, I will just say, okay, I could adjust the velocity for each hit. And I could see kind of all of my different sounds here. So this is where a lot of people miss. So I say, okay, now I wanted this to be a clap. And let's say I wanted to now just kind of come over here. Let's put in maybe a close hi-hat. And adjust the velocity if I want to put in some So I will just kind of come right over here. Let's put in just kind of a couple. And if I want to put in flams on each one, I could also put in different swings on each drum sound. So I could choose between two different levels of swing or groove on it. So say I'll just put in a couple. And then if you wanted to, you could just kind of could start this off, and now you could say, as we're playing, I just want to automatically insert, let's say at the left locator. So I could just take this, and I could trigger this via MIDI. So I could have different drum kits that will be triggered. So we see 8 sounds at a time. You could have more than one instance, but if you needed to also just kind of take this particular pattern, we could say, let's insert the pattern at the left locator on a track. And now this can automatically be looked at in our drum editor. So as we look at it, we could do more extensive programming directly here in the drum editor as well. So you could think of it as a starting off point. A lot of people, will take, multiple sources and be able to, use the beat designer, multiple times if you need to within a particular track. So, but it's a great little tool. Okay, so I see how to do screen arrangement, somehow at least like Ableton dual screen. So I'm not familiar with that, but any screen that you have set up in Cubase, you could say, okay, I wanted this as a workspace. So I can add a workspace. I'll just call this project workspace, and we'll say, drum edit. And let's say I wanted to see my windows laid out. Or maybe I want this here, and I want my mix console. Here, and let me just hide my control room. So if I wanted, this is just like a horrible view, but if you wanted to come here, we could just say, let's add a workspace, and we'll call this dual. Okay. And now if I wanted to just kind of go back and forth between my drum edit workspace or my dual workspace, you could just have everything kind of automatically carry over directly like so. So I'm not familiar with the functionality in the other program, but you can set up your windows kind of as you see fit, and that works across multiple screens. So you just see, and is there scaling function on Cubase Pro 11 like Ableton 11 new feature? So I'm not familiar with Ableton, so there's different scaling functions for high DPI as well as different scaling functions for music scale. So I'm not sure which ones. Okay. All right, so question. When using mute tool, when we select events or MIDI notes, it automatically mutes the things we've selected. Is it possible to do the same thing with the erase tool? So if we have, let's say, a bunch of, so if I come here, I could select, and, things are selected with the erase tool. I could do it like that. I could also... let's say if I come here with the erase tool, I could select and do that, so I don't have to switch tools to do that. So if I wanted to just erase those events, I could select with the tool in addition to, so I don't have to go out here to select the functions I want deleted, I could just select by lassoing around the tools like so. Okay, so I just see, isn't there also an index for all Hangouts somewhere? So if you wanted to, you could go to cubaseindex.com. So what I do is take all the questions that were answered, that were asked in each Hangout, and I do an index, and I believe Jan uses that as the basis so that you could search for it in cubaseindex.com, which is incredibly kind of him to do. Okay, so we have Sensium saying hi from Switzerland. That's great. All right, so a question from Steve Cummings. Good to see you on a Hangout. I hope you and your family are well. Using a sub going out of interface can set up a monitor out in control room. Can't get any other outputs to work with main monitors. Is there a way to combine outputs into in control room to play sub and monitors together? So it's not really where the sub can be, in the control room. So, we could set it up. What you may be able to do, Steve, is let's say if we have your outputs here, let's go to just a setup window. So if we go to your audio connections, what I've seen some people do is when we go to the monitors is just to have a 5.1 setup. Or to have an alternate stereo setup. And if you go to the preferences, I believe this is the preference by default under control room of use plugin exclusive device ports for monitor channels, that you could just simply come right over here and uncheck that. And that way you could have the same outputs going to to the same monitors and use the monitors in different configurations. So depending on your sub, you may be able to feed audio into different inputs on your subwoofer if you're running it as like a 2.1 setup. So let's say outputs 1 and 2 could be defined for so it could depend upon the sub that you're using, but sometimes the subwoofer will act as the crossover. And I've seen other people that will just set up like a 5.1 output, or just as a, so let's say I'm just going to kill monitor 4. So let me just come here and all right, so let's say I'll just come to this and let's remove monitor 4. I've seen some other people do creative things where they will have kind of a different monitor setup. And you could make this into like, a left-right sub. And that way you could just switch between your two different monitors here. And one would be monitor 1 could be left, right, monitor 2 could be left, right, and sub. So that you could use some stuff like that. So, so you could kind of sometimes play around with some of the different surround configurations. All right, so I know we had people that had sent questions in. I want to make sure we get to all those. Thank you for all the wonderful questions from everyone. All right. Okay, so we had a question. I think I had just a quick project to show some of these. I don't have to recreate it as much. Okay, I'm just going to revert this. Okay. All right, so question, how to keep my sustain or other automation in controller lane when removing a MIDI note. All right, so let's say I have MIDI CC data here. So let's say I have, let's say, modulation data. And maybe let's say sustain. All right, usually sustain doesn't look like that, but so a lot of times when we come over here and I remove a particular note, so let's say if I select this note and then I choose to delete the note, if we look at the MIDI CC data underneath, so that will select the data, and we could have a preference to do that. But if I delete the note, we see that the CC data is also deleted. But if you want to come here, there's an auto select controllers option directly in the part right here. So we see this icon. So if I disable that and delete the note, it won't affect the actual MIDI CC data, but if that is turned on, that will delete the CC data as soon as that is turned on. So I'll come here, delete this note, and we see all that CC data, and that would be the same for sustain or for other information. So if I wanted to come here, let's delete this note. So once you just turn that on and off, you can do that right there. And there's also a preference to be aware of. So under editing MIDI, to choose that you could select controllers in note range with extended note control. Okay. Okay, so question, how to copy several MIDI notes and keep the same distance between them. Okay, so I think what this is probably getting into is if we come over here, we could say, okay, when I select these notes, but it's not, I have like a rest at the beginning and at the end, and I duplicate just by hitting Control or Command D, that it automatically places it directly, right after the event. So, and if we move this note, if we move the parts themselves will, keep the silence included at the beginning. So if we treat it kind of as the container event here and duplicate, those distances will be kept. But if you have to kind of do it within an editor, we could use the in-place editor. Because this would allow you to use the range selection tool. So I'm going to hit, I think it's Control-Shift-I. So once I've done that, I could use the range tool. So I'm going to select the range, not just the MIDI notes themselves, but the range. So before and after. And now I could duplicate, and that would keep the distance, kind of selecting the range of the parts that were silent at the beginning and end, and kind of keep that proportional distance as we copy. So Control or Command Shift plus I, and then using the range tool. Okay, and this is from Taylor Sapp, who isn't able to make the Hangout today. So he asked, is there a quick way to copy all the names from cycle markers to arranger events directly above them or vice versa? So there isn't kind of an automatic way that I know of to do that other than kind of copying, selecting the name field, double clicking and pasting. So I haven't found like a macro or a project logical editor to turn cycle marker names, extract the names and turn it into and turn it into the name of the arranger track. But I'll continue to play around with it and see if I could come up with some convoluted macro. Okay. All right, so question. Hello, Greg. I have a problem with the resolution of Cubase when I upgraded it to version 11. In Cubase 10.5, I used to set Windows scale to 125% in Open Cubase 10.5 and high DPI. But in Cubase Pro, when I set Windows scale to 125%, Cubase resolution becomes too big and not normal. So I need to set Windows to scale to 100% every time I open up Cubase 11, and it's really annoying. In Cubase 10.5, I didn't have the problem. What is the solution? So when Cubase 11 came out, it used to be Cubase 10 and 10.5 would only do the high DPI scaling in 100 or 200%. So when you did that, you could automatically, if you're running your program, like your operating system at 125, 150, 175, Cubase would only work at 100 or 200%. So with 11, people complained, so they wanted to make it so that you could scale to 125, 150, or 175%. So that's the actual resolution that you have set. I think we may see some work in this area coming, but it's kind of following the resolution that you set in Windows. I know it's different behavior from the previous ones. You could try to go into your preferences and on the Windows platform. If you go to your Cubase preferences here, we could go to under General, and you could try to, turn off high DPI. I know that may look a little different, but at that point, it's not going to do the scaling for you. Okay, so we have a question. Is there a way to put chords in a chord track by choosing the notes in the chord for situations where I'm playing a weird guitar chord, which I can figure out what the notes are, but not what the exact chord is? Yes, I need some work on my music theory. Luckily, Cubase can help enable me. So when we have the chord track, what we have, we could think of the chord track as being more kind of generic. So let's say if I'm here, I'm going to add a chord track. So these are the chords, and a chord track doesn't necessarily contain the information for the voicings of the chords. So if I wanted to come here, let's say I wanted this to be an E minor chord, and I wanted the next chord to be an E minor chord. And let's just come here. Let's do, F sharp major. Okay. And we'll just make this a B chord. Okay. Okay, so I have this. So these chords are not really specific to chord voicings. So the chords that we see here are going to be general chords, and each of the tracks can have independent chord voicings that are set within a chord tab here. So on each track, we can choose, if we wanted to have your chords, so we could choose, okay, I wanted to follow the chords, and what scales do I want it to be? So you could also adjust the voicings. So, at this point, if you wanted to just adjust, for, piano, basic, or guitar voicings, you could do that. So the general chord progression here is not really tied to voicings in a chord track. But if you go to the chord pads, here you could set kind of the chord pads to playback. Let me just load up quick sound. I'll just load up a quick patch here so we could hear. Okay, so Okay, so let's say I just have this set as my H suitcase. So now when I play the chords here, you know, we could have different voicings on the chord track itself. So at this point, we could choose to, let me just set the input here from the chord pads. So, you know, so at this point, you know, here is where you could have, you know, your different chord voicings and tensions kind of laid out for you. So this is going to be just a chord, and how the chord is interpreted can be different on every single track. Okay, so a question, when trying to comp a drum track, I recorded my drums with 8 mics. I get a message saying the tracks are not in sync, so group edits may not work. Is this possibly because the various takes are quite different, or is there a possible reason I'm getting this message? After getting this message, when I used a scissor, it didn't cut all 8 tracks as it normally does. So I think I may have kind of a quick setup here, let's say in a folder track. So I'm going to play back drums here, and I think my drums will be set to record this whole folder. So I'm going to, let me just solo these. Okay. So let me just take it off record. I'm just going to fast forward here just a little bit to where maybe the drums are. Okay, so let's say I'm doing just some drum recordings here. So I'm just kind of bussing this internally. Okay, and I'm going to do just another recording on top of it. All right, so I'll just do, let's say, a couple passes here. And these will be kind of different lengths. All right, so now I will just record this again. Okay, so now like when I'm trying to comp, you know, so what I would maybe do, so let's go ahead and I'll just try cutting. So, you know, as I go to, you know, my different takes here, we can kind of cut. So you may not have to, depending upon your edit. So I usually employ group editing, you know, on when I'm doing kind of drum quantizing, but you may not really have that much of a benefit, and you may just want to come over here and just be able to kind of select kind of the different folders, and then be able, you know, to maybe cut the folder. And when you go to, like, you know, your track, you know, when you go to show lanes, to be able to do your cuts. So you're probably getting a message because you have group editing on. So, and that is kind of so that all the phase relationships between the drums when you're doing quantizing, but I would try just to cut the folders themselves. Okay, question. Could you go over global tempo warping with audio and MIDI? Whenever I click musical mode on the clip, it throws off the timing, changes clip length and position, and can't undo it. I want to be able to change the global tempo of everything and still be in time. Okay, so it sounds like maybe some of the audio that you might have. So I'll just do a quick, and let me just I think I have a quick example here. So let's say I have MIDI and audio here. So I just place this into musical mode. Now, if it's switching into musical mode and it's changing, my guess is that the tempo that you have defined for that particular audio file is wrong. So maybe it was recorded, maybe you didn't set a tempo, you recorded audio, and it has a tempo stamp of 120 beats a minute because that was what the tempo was set on your particular project. So I would make sure that when you go into your project, that for the audio file itself, that you have the tempo set. So it could be that the tempo information, if you recorded something that wasn't to the click, and then maybe you're adding MIDI stuff, if that the basis for the stretching is going to be the tempo stamp that you have. So if that wasn't defined before, the tempo wasn't defined before the project, and then you try to apply it after, that's when you'll get what you described. And if you need to change it, you could just come into the pool and update the tempo information for the file. Once that's done, we can now come over here, add a tempo track, and whatever tempo that you have, I'll just make this a little larger. So let's say if I want this to go to ramp up to so both my MIDI and my audio are just kind of automatically stretching right along with it. So I think that your initial audio recording has the wrong information for the tempo stamp. Okay, so we have a question. When I use a chord track with adaptive voicing, can I get a verse part start with one voicing and then a chorus part start with another voicing? For example, the verse part, I want a C chord, start with one voicing, and then in the chorus part, I want a C chord with another type of voicing. I want to do this with adaptive voicing checked. And this is from Stefan in Sweden. So, if you have the adaptive voicing, I'll just do this to a new project here quickly. Or I could do it with, let me just jump to one of my other projects. Okay, so let's say I have just my piano set here, and my MIDI controller is not cooperating now, so let me just open up my Okay, so when we go to the chord pad, so it's gonna, if you want to have different voicing. So when we have all the chords kind of set to, different voicings here, and if they're all set to adaptive voicings, and at that point we could choose to have these chords, so if they're all set to adaptive voicing, as I change kind of the voicing on one of the chords, it would, change that voicing for all of the chords. So I think that the only way, and as playing around with it, that you would have to not have it in adaptive voicing if you wanted two different voicings for the chords, because the adaptive voicing will just basically, mimic the same voicing between. So that's kind of the intention of the adaptive voicing. So maybe if you could write and let us know why you don't want to do it via adaptive voicing, that'd be helpful. Okay. So we had a question. When I open up from Johnny Diaz, when I open up the onboard EQ controllers in the mixer window, I get sliders, graphics, and settings that I'm not familiar with. Can I turn those parameters in the EQ to actual knobs like the ones in the compressors, etc.? So how can we do that? So let's go ahead and quickly add an audio track. Okay, so when you go to the EQ section, so we could have this view as kind of sliders, so you could see the amount of dB cut. But if you wanted to switch this to knobs, you'll see like a little settings cogwheel here. And then you could just click on show controls as knobs. And now it's going to show up as knobs that you can control, kind of like a piece of tactile hardware. Or if you wanted it to be sliders, so kind of just a different representation. So just this little settings cogwheel right here in the EQ window. Click to show controls as knobs. All right, so this question from Bob. On the last Hangout, I had 3 questions in a row. Now your list shifted, so when you got to the first, I thought that this might be better asked questions concerning VariAudio. So you only get to the first. I thought this, I want to do, I think I'm done with the align. Okay, so after taking a long time to go through 3 vocal harmony tracks, I would think I'm done with alignment, only to go back and see adjustments I had made earlier in the song were out of alignment again. You thought I was talking about track colors, I think, but I wasn't able to make the question clear in 200 characters. However, I think I may have answered my own question. I would highlight several blobs and then under functions reanalyze, thinking it was only redoing the highlighted phrase. Apparently, it redoes the entire track. So yeah, when you reanalyze, with VariAudio, it's going to do the entire audio file and not just the notes that are selected. Okay, so that explains, yeah. So is there any way to do just a phrase instead of an entire vocal track? So if you want to do just an entire phrase, you could just kind of take like an individual phrase here, grab like the range selection tool, and just do a bounce selection from the audio. And once you do a bounce selection, at that point, you could choose to replace, and you could just do that on a particular phrase. Okay, also, let's say I flattened or bounced a track after tuning it. Then I decide I need to make some pitch adjustments again. Does analyzing the vocal track use the previous analyzed pitch adjustment audio, or am I starting over again? So once you have flattened the file, all of the changes you made in VariAudio are rendered into the file. I think you will have to do the analysis again. So a lot of times what I do with vocals is I just duplicate the track and do a bounce selection and do all my editing on that in case I need to go back to the original. And I think that might kind of help with this. So, and are these functions destructive? So the original track will always be in there. And if I do either more than once a track, am I degrading the audio? So not really. So. Okay. So, yesterday, after finally using VariAudio and the 3 harmony vocal tracks, it seemed they were no longer in time with the music track. If I warp align them all to the music and each other, am I moving the VariAudio adjustments too? In other words, is it acceptable to time warp tracks after adjusting pitch without changing the pitch changes that I've made to the track? That's a lot of work to lose. An order in which I do is wrong. So I would definitely, think of, coming up with a process of doing your alignments before tuning. And I think that if you kind of stick to something like that, that would, once you have your workflow defined, that would make more sense for you. All right, so I see that we're just about out of time. So I want to thank everyone for the great questions, and I want to make sure we have our time kept. We'll see everyone on Tuesday, and next Friday we'll do the Zoom Hangout session, so a shorter Hangout, and then you could send me an email if you want an invitation to the Zoom link. And everyone have a wonderful weekend. Please stay safe and healthy, And we'll see everyone next week. Thank you so much for all the great questions. Goodbye.